do. Tyrannosaurus, mighty hunter of the Jurassic Age. Giant meat eater with long, dagger-like teeth.
Let's go, good Sir Paleo Beak.
we now recognize that birds are dinosaurs, what I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch.
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said's...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just side of your eye. Side of your eye.
Success.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Friday to you, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. And it's so good to see all of you here today. Welcome, welcome. Today, we're going to be doing some exciting stuff. We're going to be talking about some exciting news in dinosaur paleontological media. The announcement of Prehistoric Planet Season 2. And oh, look at all those chickens. Holy cow, Nature's Compendium, thank you for the 5 months of support. I appreciate that tremendously. I really do. Thank you for that ongoing support. We're going to be watching that trailer for what's it called? Forgotten Bloodlines 2 with the Entelodonts. It's been touted as a Miocene prehistoric planet. It's a crowd-funded project. We're going to be looking at that. We're going to be doing Thursday Birdsday. But today, Friday Birdsday, because we missed that yesterday. And we're also going to be doing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire toward the end of today's broadcast. Our Friday quiz game. We've not done one of these for a good while, so it should be a lot of fun. Anyway. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Forgotten Bloodlines needs another 45k to get fully funded? Shoot, I hope they get it. Anyway, if anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already, because you're clever folks, that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist.
This strange dinosaur's life.
Nedbog, the very beginning of your subscribership, or 2 months at least.
Make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding
thank you.
of fossil science here on Twitch.
And Majat, 2,000 bits, not 1,000. David Attenborough, 2,000 bits. Holy cow, Majat. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that tremendously. Holy moly, I hardly know what to say. Thank you very, very much. Anyway, yeah, I dig up dinosaurs with various museums across the U.S. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them, and now I talk about dinosaurs 5 days a week right here on Twitch. So if that sort of thing sounds interesting to you, I'm really glad you're here. You stick around and let me know if you've got any questions. That's the bread and butter of these streams, are viewer questions. If you're interested in a particular topic, about natural history, extinction, evolution, dinosaur ecology, biology, speciation, whatever. Don't be afraid to ask those questions. That's what I'm here for, So yeah, welcome to Paleontologizing. And good day to you too. T. Leaf, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Let me scroll up to the top of chat. We'll say hello to everybody, and then we'll get this thing kicked off. Kodali 2010, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Kodali. Arle, Tradoon to you too. It's good to see you, Arle. Hope you're ready for the weekend. Happy Friday. Fall Machine, what's shaking with you? Hello, hello. And Titano Broly, 111, says, Friday, Birdsday? Yes, indeed, Titano Broly. How are you doing? I don't think I recognize that name. Is it your first time here? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Let me know if you've got any questions. Who else we got? Texas Cryptid. Howdy, howdy. Tommy Plodicus, a gift sub there. Look. We are now 2 subs, 25%, or 1/25th of the way. Or we were. Keep coding stuff. Holy moly. Our sub-announcing bird here, this beautiful Tinamu, is singing your praises and might be getting a little carried away. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot. Take cover!
Keep coding. Steph is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Steph, thank you for that. Holy moly. I appreciate that tremendously, Steph. How are you doing, by the way? Great to have you back. How are things? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Really appreciate your support. There's now 10 people who will not have to watch any ads at all for the next 30 days, thanks to your generosity. Plus, they'll get to use those emotes. Same with the lucky recipient of Tommy Plodicus' gift sub there too. Keep coding, Steph, and Tommy Plodicus, thank you so much for your support. That means a tremendous amount to me. Look, we're now at 12 out of 50. We're like 25% of the way to our sub goal. Phenomenal. Excellent.
To make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation
Just Outdoors.
of fossil science here on Twitch.
Holy moly. 1,273 bits. Just Outdoors seems like they want some ukulele here. If we manage to reach our sub goal for the day, I figure hype trains are sometimes, I don't know, we might switch it to sub goal. Or, you know what? I didn't actually announce that. If we get to a level 5 hype train, I'll play some ukulele songs. In the future, though, we're going to switch it to sub goal, I think. But anyway. Thank you, Just Outdoors. If anybody would like to hear some ukulele songs played live, songs about science on the ukulele, then let's see if we can get to a level 5 hype train here. Anyway, let me continue with my greetings. Let's go through chat. Tactile 3D Picture, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Just Outdoors, great to have you here, as it always is. Welcome back. Neilf, what's shaking with you? Good to see ya. Tarquin, howdy, howdy. Vigilanta, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And Limey Show, how are ya? Feel like it's been a little while. Hope you're doing well. It's great to see you here. Victorious, what's shaking with you? I like Feather Friday better than Friday Birdsday. Thursday Birdsday has a certain goofy ring to it. Friday Birdsday is several steps removed from that, and Feather Friday is good. I like it. Travel the World, how are you doing? Travel says, where's the cheese? Did I miss something, Travel? Is it the wrong chat window? And holy cow, Origin TT. 4 gift subs right there from Origin TT. Extraordinary. Origin TT, thank you so much for those 4 gift subs. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. That's excellent. Thank you, Origin. Holy moly. We're now at 16 out of 50. Pretty excellent. Thank you for that. And Layer T, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Layer T, Moondrop Soup, FMSSK, Aditya Yaukar. How are you all? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Alright, scrolling down, Moosey Fate. Oh, yourself, Moosey Fate. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Travel the World, hello to you too. Gianme, happy weekend to you also, Gianme. It's not my weekend just yet. I've got another day of work today, clocking in. It's great to have you here, Gianme. Welcome. Tomorrow, I plan on not relaxing, but spending the whole day working on my Spinosaur manuscript, so I can finally get that thing submitted. So yeah, tomorrow's going to be a busy day, filled to overflowing with science. It's going to be good. It's going to be real good. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, let's see. Scrolling down. Jody Fish, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And there you go, Jody Fish. Yeah, there were lots of King Kong discussion yesterday talking about that. Tea Leaf, excited for the news? Yes, indeed. Good stuff. Haraz, how are you doing? Welcome back. It's great to see you. And, yeah. Oh, and Titano Broly says, not my first time here, actually. I showed up yesterday at the end of stream. Just didn't chat. Well, welcome back, Titano Broly. I really appreciate you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I hope you feel right at home here. And, so glad you've got a sub there. Did you get that, or was that gifted to you? Or either way, I appreciate you. It's great to have you. Happy second time on Paleontologizing. Good stuff. RPG fan. Hey. Hey to you too. That's a lot of hey emotes. Appreciate you, RPG. And Dr. Terra says, thoughts on Forgotten Bloodlines Agate. My mind is blank. I don't know about that, Dr. Terra. We're gonna watch the trailer for that. It's set in the Miocene, right? With entelodonts? I remember Paleostream brought it up the other day. But yeah. Holy cow. Gargoware. Gargoware, thank you for the 5 gift subs there. Really, really appreciate that. Holy moly. 21 out of 50 now. Extraordinary. And is this a level 5? Have we gotten there? Holy cow. Well, shoot, we're still not to our sub goal for the day. So if we want to keep this hype train going, I would certainly appreciate it. But holy cow, thank you, Gargoware. There's now 5 people who I'm sure are singing your praises right now. Thanks to your generosity. Thank you for your support, Gargoware. Thank you for helping me do what I do. This is, I do this 5 days a week. And, uh-oh. Brace yourself. Oh. Thank you, Jody Fish.
Just change things with those 5 gift subs.
Jody Fish, thank you. Thank you very much for those 5 gift subs. I really, really appreciate that, Jody. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow, Jody Fish. Appreciate you very, very much. Thank you for that. Like I said, I do this 5 days a week. This is my full-time job, believe it or not. You can call me the world's first full-time live streaming paleontologist. Thank you, Origin, for those 200 bits. That helps, it does. Thank you for that. Excellent. Got like 10 seconds left to beat our last record. And I think it's gonna happen. Hurrahs. Thank you very much for that. 5 gift subs from Hurrahs. Spectacular. Hurrahs.
Hush just change things with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Hurrahs.
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in
And 1,000 bits from Mushat.
understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Extraordinary. Holy cow. Beautiful. That is so nice. Thank you, Mushat. And Haraz. Origin TT, Jody Fish, Gargaware, thank you so much, everybody. What was I in the middle of saying? Yeah, you could call me the... I don't know. It wouldn't be an exaggeration, I think, to say that I'm the world's first full-time live-streaming paleontologist. And that I'm able to do this full-time because of your generous support, so thank you very much. This is one of the best communities on the internet. You people are amazing, and I do this because I'm passionate about it, and I think that the world needs more science outreach, more scientists reaching out to the public, sharing their work directly with people, answering questions. Thank you for making that possible. It really is an honor to be able to share my science with you and answer your questions and share in this enthusiasm.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Oh, Moondrop Soup.
I found this channel and community.
I'm so glad you did too, Moondrop Soup. It's such a privilege having you here, Moondrop Soup. Thank you. Holy cow. Yeah. But yeah. And is it live streaming? Jokes Vigilante, if the things you talk about are very dead? I mean, not everything we talk about is fossilized. There's lots of modern creatures, too. You know? Travel the World, thank you, Travel, for gifting MS Coggins. Really appreciate that. Travel the World, thank you, Travel. Yeah. I mean, I think that's one of the points that I'm trying to get across, Vigilante, is that paleontology is by no means a dead science. You know, we might be studying creatures that died tens of millions of years ago, like I do as a dinosaur paleontologist. But those once living things are related to today's living things. They're all part of this, fantastic tree of life. Life on Earth goes back 3.5 billion years. And what we see today, living creatures are just the very tip of the iceberg. It's something like, 99% of creatures that ever lived are extinct? But those are the ancestors of today's living things. At least the lineages that, continue to today. So yeah, it's all integrative, The present is the key to the past, and the past is the key to the present. And if you really want to understand these things, you've got to look at it kind of holistically, So yeah. Paleontology isn't some old dusty science. It's something that has immediate relevance to our own lives today. It gives us perspective on our own world. It gives us a better appreciation for the living creatures around us and for our own history and biological heritage, and yeah. There's that, age-old question that humans have been asking since we first learned how to ask questions and think abstract thoughts, you know? Where did we come from? You know, all the world's religions and belief systems and traditions and everything else all, you know, brought about to explain, you know, try and bring some sense to this mystery. But now we actually are figuring out the real story through fossil science, and that is incredible. It really, really is. So, yeah, I mean, we largely have big parts of it figured out. It's kind of the details that we're still mopping up, and will be for a long, long time. There's so many details. That's what's so fascinating about all this. So, anyway, it's exciting stuff, and I'm so glad to be able to share it with all of you, you know? And holy cow, that hype train, extraordinary. Just truly wonderful. I owe everybody some ukulele songs, so we'll get to that. Yeah. And Titana Broly says, I'm planning to get into paleontology in the future, so I'm sure this would be the best place to chill on Twitch. Titana Broly, I like to think it is. If you ever want any advice, you know, on becoming a paleontologist,
Dinosaur man.
and you can ask the Dinosaur Man. Titana Broly, it's wonderful to have you here. What are you interested in paleo, specifically? I'm sure you're pretty early on in this kind of thing, but what fascinates you about paleontology? You know? I'd be happy to talk about that with you. And, MS Coggin says, I blame Twitch for not suggesting this channel to me sooner. I love paleontology. Howdy, everyone. It's wonderful to have you here, MS Coggins. Thank you for joining us for our, science outreach. Great to have you here, MS Coggins. What fascinates you about paleontology? I'd love to know. Yeah. But yeah. And you extrapolate a lot from dead hominids? There you go, Vigilante. Yeah. Mayor Spaces, I tried to catch the fog this morning. Missed. Oh, Mayor Space. I got my own share of fog this morning. Because I went to go visit a good friend of mine in San Francisco this morning. Snail Chaser from twitch.tv/Snail Chaser. Can we get a shout out for Snail Chaser? I think he might be streaming again tomorrow for the first time in a long time. But yeah, he's had some big changes in his life. Looking to get a new job. Things are going well for him. So he hasn't been streaming for good reasons, I suppose. But yeah, I went to go see him. He lives in San Francisco. So I actually took the ferry over there. Took a boat across the bay, and there was a lot of fog and some mist, and it was pretty great. So yeah. Anyway. But anywho. Tommy Ploticus says, where did we go? Where did we come from? Yes. Those questions that Cotton Eye Joe posed. Ones for the ages. Evane7375. How are you doing, Evane? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Yeah. And, Oliver says, how did King Kong turn out yesterday? I hope he lived happily ever after. Oh, yeah. Sure, Oliver, yeah. Definitely, airplanes didn't get him. 'Twas beauty made the beast live happily ever after. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Refner says, are you a dinosaur? Me? No. Dinosaurs are a very specific group of Archosaurian reptiles. I'm not a dinosaur, Refner, no. No, but birds are dinosaurs. And we're going to be doing some Friday Birdsday in a little bit, so stick around for that. And if any of you didn't get your Thursday Birdsday in, your Thursday Birdsday bird in time for Thursday Birdsday, well, it's actually Friday Birdsday today, because we neglected. We had a no birds Thursday Birdsday We had birds, but we forgot to do Thursday Birdsday yesterday on Thursday. So it's Friday Birdsday today. It doesn't have the same ring, but, if you have any bird pictures you took this week, pick your favorite one, put it on the Thursday Birdsday channel in the Discord, and, we'll go over it in a little bit. I'll go through all those, and I'll show you my Thursday Birdsday bird, too. Friday Birdsday bird. But yeah. And, don't tell me Kong got stuck with a layover at the airport. They canceled his flight. His flight was compromised to a permanent end, Moosey Fate. Yeah. And Nature's Compendium says, don't listen to him. He's secretly a dinosaur, trying to spread dinosaur propaganda to take over the world. Nature's Compendium. Yeah. Friday should be pie day. I don't have any pie, Steph. I'm sorry. Do Pop-Tarts? Pop-Tarts? Pop-Tarts. Do Pop-Tarts count as pie? Probably not, right? Because there might be some Pop-Tarts in the cupboard. But, I don't have any pies, no. You know, actually, come to think of it, if a hot dog is, strictly speaking, a sandwich, or a taco, depending on who you ask, then a Pop-Tart is probably a kind of ravioli, actually. Think about it. It's, like, crimped around the edges. It's got filling in the middle. I think a Pop-Tart would be, strictly speaking, kind of ravioli. But somebody should run a phylogeny on that, you know? Cladistical approach. But yeah. What's the taxonomic classification of a pie or a Pop-Tart? I'm gonna say a Pop-Tart. That's my hypothesis. It's a ravioli. Yeah. Yeah. And, Student Food Classic? There you go, Vigilante. Yeah. And shoot, Mayor Space. Allegiant didn't show you very much allegiance with that flight cancellation. That's lousy. Sorry to hear that. Yeah. And is Thursday Birdsday one photo per person or just one bird per person? You know, we don't have hard limits on it. But try and pick your best photo or your favorite photo of a bird or several birds. You know? We haven't really codified the rules for Thursday Birdsday, but it's, yeah. Don't just go posting a million birds. Just don't do that. Yeah. Pop-Tart is one of Mary's goats. That's true, Mayor Space, yeah. Mary, with all the goats here on Twitch. And ravioli are boiled, though, says Oliver. Are ravioli boiled? That's only when you're preparing them, you know? So, I've made ravioli before. You don't boil them. You boil them in preparation for eating them. But if you're gonna send them pre-packaged out, then you don't boil them, right? It's like a Pop-Tart. I would traditionally eat Pop-Tarts cold growing up, because I often didn't have access to a toaster. So I don't know, yeah, you boil ravioli, but you toast a Pop-Tart in the toaster. But really, at the end of the day, what is a toaster but a means of boiling something outside of water using heated coils? What are things? Definitions, you know? What are they, really? You know, words... Yeah. It's a dry boil. There you go, Pontius Pirate, yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Did I have access to a microwave? I didn't, Kevin M. Because usually... I used to eat Pop-Tarts all the time. Here's a story. So I grew up in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area, where I live today, too. You know, for about better part of a decade, I lived in Montana. But, you know, during and after college, but now I'm back in the Bay Area. I grew up here. And, yeah, when I was in high school, every time that, you know, school wasn't in session, or even sometimes when it was, and then I'd cut class, and go to the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley, California. And I'd have to leave early in the morning, leave like 6 a.m., catch the train, and then walk from the train station. And so I'd be walking and eating at the same time. I'd usually pack like a banana, tangerine, some Pop-Tarts, and I'd eat them as I was walking. So yeah, no access to a toaster or a microwave while I was doing that. So yeah. Yeah. And have I seen the video of the crow sledding on the roof? I have seen that, Refner, yeah. Yeah, cool stuff, right? Yeah, walk 2 miles uphill both ways, says Pontius Pirate. Yeah. There you go. But yeah. Yeah. And, what makes more dangerous lava filling? Toasting or microwaving Pop-Tarts? I've never microwaved a Pop-Tart in my life, I don't think. In fact, it might be a bad idea because the wrapping that they come in, certainly don't put that in the microwave. There might be metal in there. You might ruin your microwave. Yeah. Does microwaving not make it a ping tart? Ah, because when the microwave is done, it goes ping. Especially if you have one of those ones, the dial microwave. I had one of those in college. When I first moved to Bozeman, Montana, or when I moved into my first apartment there, I needed to get a microwave. And I found on Craigslist a microwave for like $15. You know, old-fashioned microwave with the dial on it. You know, ding! And I had that thing for like 5 years. And then when I moved away, I think it's the same one, right? I sold it. I sold it for $25. It's a racket, you know? Pontius Pirate, thank you so much. Holy cow for the 20.
21st anniversary is bronze, I think.
Bronze, is it, Pontius Pirate? Well, 21 months. That's almost a whole year, isn't it, Pontius Pirate? Thank you for your ongoing support. It means a lot to me. It really does. Keeping me here online for the past 21 months. And Sea Frog, did I miss that? 3 months of subscribing from you, Sea Frog? Thank you, Sea Frog. Sea Frog and Pontius Pirate, ongoing subscribers like yourselves are the people that make these streams possible, so thank you very much. Appreciate that more than you know. Yeah. But yeah. You bequeathed the microwave's body to science and used to see what happens when you put a watermelon in a microwave. Interesting, Vigilante. Well, microwaves work by exciting the water particles inside of an object. I'd think they'd have a field day with a watermelon. Holy cow. 21 months is a palindrome of a year? It's reversed. Pontius Pirate. Wait, what? Palindrome's the same backwards and forwards. Hey, it's really flat. There we go. Yeah. I promised everybody some ukulele here. So we're gonna do that real quick. Thank you for that incredible level 5 hype train. Let's change our category here real quick to music. And music tag.
Animals that have ever appeared on this planet. The dinosaurs.
Neverwinterful, thank you for the follow, Neverwinter. I really appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. There's no tag for ukulele? We're gonna do acoustic. Yeah, there we go. That'll do it. Cool. Now to warm up, I'm just going to play a few ukulele songs for you since we got to a level 5, I think a level 6 hype train. Holy cow. We're going to do some quick songs about science on the uke, and then we'll get into Prehistoric Planet Season 2 announcement. We're going to watch the trailer for another series that is currently being, hopefully, funded right now. From the Miocene, the Age of Mammals. We've got these giant killer hell pigs. That's going to be really, really neat. Entelodonts. Cool critters. We're going to cover a little bit more fossil news, then we'll do Thursday Birdsday. We'll kind of see where things go from there. So yeah, but for right now, don't go away, just a few quick ukulele songs. And we'll get into our science. Well, there's science in our songs, too. First one's called The Dinosaur March. And, yeah, this is my student's very favorite song back when I was teaching full-time. See if you can pick out the parts that I modified from the original to make them a little bit more scientifically authentic. It goes like this. Many, many years ago, before the people came, the animals upon the earth, they did not look the same. They lived for 170 million years, but now they are no more, except for birds. Because as we all now recognize as paleontologists, evolutionary biologists, ornithologists, just about anybody you ask, the general consensus is that birds evolved from small, two-legged, meat-eating, feathered dinosaurs that we call theropods. So strictly speaking, birds never really went extinct. They're the only living dinosaurs left. They were the dinosaurs. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus, and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. So that's most of the song, but I thought it needed a second verse, so I wrote this one myself. Anyway, here it goes. We can learn about these awesome beasts by studying their bones. Skeletons under the ground that partly turn to stone. We dig them up and we clean them and we raise them off the floor to build a dinosaur. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus, and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. There you go. Now, let's do I'm a Paleontologist next, and why not Jolene after that, actually? That's always a fun one. Everybody loves Jolene, and, shoot. Yeah, I saw some job listings for... Anyway, we'll talk about this in a bit. But I'm a Paleontologist is by the band They Might Be Giants. It goes like this. I love digging in the dirt, just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim.
Special magnetism for children.
And Dinosaur Dave, holy cow. Look at that special magnetism.
Fingers, 46 kilowarhol. Yes, that's a measurement of time.
There you go, Dinosaur Dave. Kilowarhols? Holy cow. Each one of those is 1,000 Andy Warhols, right? Maybe that's the distance that an Andy Warhol can travel while reaching terminal velocity, according to gravity. Anyway, Dinosaur Dave, 16 months. Really appreciate that. All right. Yeah, Neverwinter Fool. They Might Be Giants. Yeah. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I seek are rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's jaws or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them, or all the chatters lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Could it be an herbivore crushing plants with rounded teeth, or a ferocious carnivore who moves so quickly on its feet. It's like pieces of a puzzle that I'd love to try and solve. It's so much fun to think about how a species has evolved, and all the kids who want to see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. There you go. And our next one, final song, is called Jolene. This one is a classic, and I haven't quite learned this one by heart yet, so I'm pulling up my rewritten lyrics and chords here. But, yeah, this song is dedicated to all of my fellow scientists who find themselves perennially overworked and underpaid, competing for the same paltry resources, applying for the same grants, working long hours for very little pay. Yeah, just fighting and biting and clawing their way through this rat race that we call academia. The song's devoted to all of my fellow academics. It goes like this. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my grant. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take it even though you can. Your research is impressive stuff, and surely it is good enough for tenure. You don't need the funds, Jolene. Your papers are exemplary. Citations, you got so much more than me, and I cannot compete with you, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my grant. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take it just because you can. And I could easily understand how you could easily take my grant, but you don't know what it means to me, Jolene. And you could have your choice of dough, but I could never get funds on so short notice, is my only hope, Jolene. Now I had to have this talk with you. My research goals depend on you, and whatever you decide to do, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my grant. Thank you everybody for that incredible level 5, level 6 hype train. Anyway, look, we are well on our way to achieving our sub goal for the day. Thank you for all of the support. Thank you for helping me feel much, much more like Jolene herself than like the singer of that song. I feel very well supported by all of you and your generosity, and I am deeply grateful. Thank you for helping me escape from that academic funding rat race. It's pretty special to be able to just be able to talk with all of you about science every day and make that the way that I earn a living. I feel like the luckiest guy in the world, and appreciate you all tremendously. So seriously, from the bottom of my heart, thank you very, very much. All right, let's change our category back to science and technology here. And let's talk about the big news. Prehistoric Planets Season 2. Yeah. Good stuff. Here we go. So some of you may have already seen this. I think on the old Bird website posted something about this a while ago, and it's been, shoot, a lot of people, it's resonated with a lot of people. So I said, as somebody who does paleontology outreach full-time, this is exactly the kind of show that makes my job easier. Very exciting. Prehistoric Planet Season 2 will return for a 5-night event starting May 22nd on Apple Plus TV, or whatever it's called. So yeah, very, very exciting. Do they have a link? No, not really. Yeah. Anyway, I've got a link right here. There we go. Yeah. Good stuff. This is from Darren Naish, who is the head researcher, or, I don't know, top paleontological consultant on the show. He actually had, like, control over the script and helped come up with the storylines, and really, really exciting stuff. So I'm incredibly excited about this. Ah! Really, really, really cool. An interesting dinosaur, Dave. There you go. Very nice. 15,000 minutes. Well, for those of you who are not familiar with Prehistoric Planet, if you've been, you know, under a rock for the past, you know, almost a year. Yeah. Here is the trailer. Yeah. Just phenomenal.
There are many ways to describe life on this planet. Some creatures could be called magnificent. Or monstrous. Perhaps misunderstood. But only a few creatures who roam this earth could be called all three.
That's dinosaurs, baby. Yeah.
Explore the coastlines where giants roam.
So this...
The deserts where danger rules.
Not for a long time has there been a documentary about dinosaurs where science took center stage like this, and, you know, this is a, like, nature show style documentary in the style of, like, Planet Earth or something like that. There is some ontogeny there. There you go, Vigilante. But yeah, what? Oh, Vigilante, you got lucky here. This is, yeah, ontogeny. Here's a little baby hadrosaur. Yeah.
The deserts where danger rules.
Yeah, adults and babies. Yeah, ontogeny. Anyway, yeah, this is, it's been a long time since there was a, like, nature-style documentary about dinosaurs like this that really took authenticity as its prime directive here. This, I like to tell people, if you're interested in dinosaurs and you want to bring your perception of dinosaurs up to where it is for modern paleontologists, you want to bring your, you know, your dinosaur understanding thoroughly into the 21st century, you want to get it up to date, watch Prehistoric Planet. Exquisitely done. Just about everything that they have in there, there's some kind of underlying reason. Every creative decision they made, every bit of speculation, you know, everything has got a scientific basis, and it is, it's masterfully done. It really is extraordinary. I can't say enough nice things about it. It's just brilliant.
And
yeah.
Where survival is everything. Join us for a story you've never heard. On a scale you've never witnessed.
Attenborough is the greatest of all time. Agreed, Blankster. Yeah. So even this right here, like, this is such a wonderful touch. I love it so much. If it were if this were a Jurassic World movie or something, you'd have the final shot be the T-Rex at the end, and he'd just be roaring his head off, and the camera would shake, and, like, maybe bits of saliva would fly onto the camera lens or something like that. It'd be a little bit over the top, you know? But it's not necessary. That's what Prehistoric Planet realizes, that dinosaurs are incredible and fascinating and engaging because they're real. It's their authenticity that makes them so interesting. And so here, they don't have to overdo it. They can have a Tyrannosaurus roaring at the end, and it could be a sensible roar, you know? It doesn't have to be anything too over the top, because, you know, dinosaurs are already incredibly interesting just being themselves. You don't have to gild the lily, you know? Yeah. See? Nice sensible roar right there. That would be enough to, like, jiggle your innards if you were standing in front of it. That would be terrifying enough. It doesn't have to be screaming its head off. You know?
Unbelievable until now.
Ah, it's so good. It's so good. And now, this is May 23rd of last year. Now, holy cow. Season 2 is premiering, holy cow, in May, which tells me that they must have been working on this concurrently. It's not like they started this after the other one wrapped or anything. They must have just had a lot of stuff for Season 1, and they thought, well, if Season 1 is well received, we'll develop the rest of this stuff too, and here you go. Holy cow. Yeah. The award-winning natural history series Prehistoric Planet is returning for a second season. Yes, indeed.
Marvin Berry, you know that new sound you looking for? Well, listen to this.
Viper Nat, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. You and you alone? Well, it's good to have you here, Viper Nat. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Let's get back to this, yeah. Prehistoric Planet is returning for a second season. Apple TV Plus has renewed the Sir David Attenborough narrated BBC studio series for 5 new episodes set to air on May 22nd. The wonderful thing about this is you can watch it online, and you can even do it for free, because you can get a, you know, like a special, what is it, 1 month free trial, and then you can just cancel it afterward, if you're trying to save the money. So if you're on a budget, you can still watch this. Don't let that get you down, you know? And I think that, I don't know, if we want more seasons of this in the future, the more people who sign up specifically for Apple TV Plus and then they watch this, that company, you better believe that they're tracking your activity there. They're seeing what you watch, what brought you there to that platform. And if they see that a lot of people are signing up for it, like specifically for Prehistoric Planet, you better believe they're going to renew for a 3rd season. That's probably what happened with Season 2, is they recognized, holy cow, I signed up for it, specifically for Season 2. I stayed on for a couple months and then I canceled. But, for Season 1, I mean. Yeah, and it's good stuff. It's good stuff. So anyway, I'm not... You also better believe I'm not getting paid to say any of this stuff. You know, I'm no fan of the Apple Corporation. Really, really not. Never had an iPhone, never will. These things are overpriced and I think far overrated. But holy cow, they really knocked it out of the park with this. Apple TV Plus, I could kiss them for producing this series. Just incredible, and it makes me so happy as a dinosaur paleontologist to see some of my study animals represented so well. It makes me incredibly, incredibly happy. And this is the kind of thing that makes my job easier, you know? Jurassic World, I think, was a huge step backwards. In, especially compared to, like, the 1993 Jurassic Park. That was a step forward in getting new ideas about dinosaurs out to the general public. Jurassic World, huge step backwards. Prehistoric Planet, huge step forwards. This is good stuff. Showing up-to-date, modern, authentic dinosaurs to the public is something that I will always be happy about. And that's what we've got here. So yeah. And is this the one like Walking with Dinosaurs? It's a little bit different from Walking with Dinosaurs. So Walking with Dinosaurs is much more like long form. You like maybe follow one animal throughout like a 20 or 30 minute episode. Prehistoric Planet is more like a series of short vignettes, but it's like a nature documentary where, you know, maybe I'll show you a clip. Let's do Dreadnoughtus, maybe? No, let's do Mononychus, because I think that's kosher. That won't get me DMCA'd on YouTube. There we go. Yeah.
Mononychus is a desert specialist. Such hypersensitive directional hearing gives her a mental map of this hollow log.
This is the kind of dinosaur that I studied before. I'm an author on a paper describing an alvarezsaur just like this from the latest Cretaceous of Montana. Triracuncus is its name. This is Mononychus, that's Triracuncus.
Uses the weapon that gives this hunter its name.
Yeah.
Mononychus. Single giant claw. Just what she needs to open a termite's nest.
Ah. Get those termites.
And she has another special piece of equipment. A flexible tongue twice the length of her head.
Wait, Neverwinter Fool, you helped 3D scan some of Dreadnoughtus' bones? Really, Neverwinter Fool?
An excellent protein.
Oh, very cool.
If only termites weren't quite so irritating.
Doll. And Layer T, I'll see you in a bit. Thanks for being here. I'll see you soon, Layer T. Anyway, yeah, I'm actually working on 3D modeling and printing a Triracuncus for my office. I want to replace the Victorian Iguanodon that's right here with something more up-to-date. So, here, let me show you. I started off with this, just a sphere, and then sculpted it into this. Right here. It's not done yet. I still need to add some more feathers, as you can tell, and then pose it. Yeah, you know, add eyes and nostrils and everything else too. But, yeah. I did this live on stream, when was this? Monday? Monday of this week, I think? But yeah, still working on it. But, yeah, Triracuncus. Incredible critter. I wanted to kind of overemphasize the thumb claws a bit. They're a little on the ridiculous side. But, Triracuncus is the last of its kind. It's the very last of these critters before the asteroid hits Earth and wipes out all of the non-bird dinosaurs. So yeah, and I kind of used this illustration as inspiration there. This is a Mononychus illustration that I like a whole lot. It really emphasizes those claws, but it helps show what a ridiculous animal this is and how cool it is. So, yeah, this is kind of my inspiration for that. Trurarchuncus. There's the really well-known model at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. This is my dinosaur. Trurarchuncus prairiensis. Denver Fowler, my old crew chief, is lead author on this. And there we go, yeah. Trurarchuncus prairiensis. Named by Fowler, Wilson, Friedman Fowler, Noto, Anduza, and Horner. 2020. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And there is the original paper. Right there. There you go. So, yeah. Yeah. Who's Daniel Anduza? Goodness, my grandmother might call me that. Everybody else calls me Danny. I wish Denver had put my name as Danny, but I guess if Jack Horner is going to be John R. Horner, and if Jack Wilson is going to be John P. Wilson, then I guess I have to be Daniel Anduza, you know? Gotta use your good Christian name, you know? Yeah. Daniel is my grandmother's name for me, yeah. Call me Danny. There you go, Moosey Fit, yeah. Yeah. Previously cited Danny. There you go, Tarquin. Yes, indeed. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. You've done one Alvarezsaurid reconstruction? Oh, very cool, Nature's Compendium. Very, very cool. Yeah. And Neverwinter says, I live near Philly, so I volunteered with Dr. Lacavera's. Really? You worked with Ken Lacavera? Very, very cool. Neverwinter Fool. Very, very nice. Here, let's watch a brief video on that, too, before we get into our other fossil news here. Yeah. And actually, now that I think about it, I might be thinking I saw some videos of Patagotitan, a different Titanosaur sauropod being scanned. Shoot. Yeah. Oh, darn it. I was thinking of Patagotitan. Anyway. Yeah. Excuse me. My goodness. Here, let's take a look at this right here. This is from Drexel University right here. And look at those cervical vertebrae. Holy cow. Oh, sorry. Look at those cervical vertebrae. You couldn't see them until now. Holy cow. Look at that. Look at these huge transverse processes. Look at that big vertebral centrum. It's just, yeah. These are like kind of squashed. There's a little bit of diagenesis going on. These things are so heavy that they just like kind of squashed. But yeah, this is a prep lab. You can see their dust collection equipment in here. Very, very cool. Yeah.
The remains of a new genus and species of dinosaur, the most complete skeleton ever found of a super massive animal.
Yeah.
In life, fleshed out, this would have weighed 65 tons, and to put that in
65 tons.
A full-grown bull African elephant weighs.
How long do you think? How much do you think a full-grown bull African elephant weighs, chat? What do you think? Take some guesses. Type your guesses into chat. How much does a full-grown African elephant weigh? How many tons? 2 tons? 6 tons? Half of what I do, says Dinosaur Dave. I doubt that. 6 to 7 tons, says Rodan. Lucy Fate says 1 elephant. That's, by definition, that's true. Can't argue with that. 5 tons, says Paper Cuts. 5 tons? I want to say it's like 3.5 or 4, but let's see. Yeah.
65 tons, and to put that in perspective, a full-grown bull African elephant weighs about 5 tons.
5
so
tons.
You're looking at an animal that.
So if you answered between 6 and 4, you're right on the money, I think. Yeah, yeah. 2,000. It's got to be way more bananas than that, Dinosaur Dave. Unless those bananas are made out of tungsten or something. Enough for a rock to carry in its claws. There you go. Give them Nell. Yeah, yeah. Oh, and Nell, by the way, You were asking about whether or not we did Thursday Birdsday yesterday? Well, that happened so fast. Holy cow. Kaijubes. Arigato for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Welcome to the channel. Let me know if you got any questions, okay? Yeah. Yeah. That escalated quickly. It did, Johnny, didn't it? Yeah. Yeah, we're doing Friday Birdsday today. Not masculine. Give them Nell because I plumb forgot to do Thursday Birdsday on Thursday.
25 feet long, weighing 4 tons.
Tommy Luco.
Versatile sort of chap. He won a lot of arguments in his time, but very few beauty contests.
Unlike Tommy Luco, what a looker. My goodness. Also very argumentative, though. Tommy Luco, thank you for the 6 months of support. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Welcome back, I should say. Great to have you here. Thank you for your continued support. And Kaiju Best says, just here for the dinosaurs. Well, welcome, Kaiju. It's great to have you here. It really is. Welcome. Let me know if you've got any questions. Yeah. Back to this
incredibly large and muscled individual held into one body. An animal that is equivalent to
there we go.
A dozen giant elephants.
A dozen giant elephants. Yeah, or a baker's dozen, maybe for a particularly large dreadnoughtus. You know, imagine going to grocery store, like, yeah, I'm just here to, I need some flour, some sugar, some bananas, and, give me a dozen elephants, Yeah, give me a dozen elephants. Or a titanosaur. Whatever you got,
To a dozen giant elephants smushed into one body.
Very cool. Holy cow.
So everything about this dinosaur is giant. The femur is 6 feet tall. The upper arm bone, the humerus, is almost as tall as I am. The tail.
And Walt R. Buck says, I'm surprised they didn't involve extra legs out of their neck for extra support. I mean, yeah, that's the thing, is that this dinosaur, I mean, they show it with its neck stretched out ahead of it like this. I do think titanosaurs, just based on the structure of their vertebrae, it kind of makes more sense for them to have a more upright neck. And we see this in Prehistoric Planet, actually, in the documentary we were just talking about. So yeah. But the thing is, these animals had incredibly light bones. They're all full of air.
Simply astonishing. One of the most singular specimens I've encountered in all my distinguished career.
Pat.
But enough about my work. What did you want to show me, Lisa?
Pat, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It's great to have you here. Yeah. All right, let me show you a publication that came out last year. Last year, right? From friend and colleague Kerry Woodruff. So he was doing some research on a sauropod dinosaur that he dug up, nicknamed Dolly. Turns out Dolly has these, like, horrible bone infections in her neck bones that were a respiratory infection. Respiratory infection. Part of her, breathing apparatus in her neck. Everything that you see in blue here, various shades of blue, are all part of the respiratory system. I love this diagram so much. This is such a wonderful figure on so many levels. It's really, really nice. So sauropod dinosaurs like this, their vertebrae are shot full of holes like that. They've got pneumaticity in their very bones. Air sacs and hollows. Pneumaticity is probably a better phrase for this. Pneumaticity all through their bones like this. These are dinosaurs that were full of air. And so they would weigh a lot less than, say, if you had an elephant you know, with the same measurements, the same dimensions, the elephant would weigh more. It's much more dense. Elephants are far less efficient than these animals were. That's one of the reasons why dinosaurs were able to get so tremendously large, especially sauropod dinosaurs, is because they're all full of air. It's really, really cool stuff. So yeah. That makes sense considering, says Walter Buck. Right? Especially if you're gonna have a big, ridiculous neck like this, sticking out of the front of your body. You know, if it were really heavy, like, that would take so much effort to hold up, but the lighter it is, the easier it is to be able to, you know, swing it around like that, and it just makes a lot of sense. And now that we know that birds evolved from dinosaurs, all of the birds' air sacs and hollows in their bodies make so much more sense too, because we know where they got that from. Those are inherited from their dinosaur ancestor. That's super cool. Yeah. Yeah. And Moosey Fate says they probably had a lot of body heat given their size, so full of hot air. There you go, Moosey Fate. Yeah. Like my grandmother always accused me of. There you go. Hot air rises, balloon vertebrae. There you go, Moosey Fate. Did sauropods evolve naturally occurring helium? We have no evidence for it yet, but it's an amusing idea. Yeah. And Vigilante, see, great minds think alike. Vigilante there. If you filled a dinosaur with helium, then it would have a squeaky Mickey Mouse voice, wouldn't it? Yeah. And Ex-Mariner says, Hilk, is that a Brontosaurus? I appreciate the goofy voice, Ex-Mariner. I do, yeah. This is either Diplodocus or Gallimiopus. But yeah. Oh, Moosey Fate. Oh no, don't get me started on the History Channel. Oh boy. So anyway, yeah. And Walter Buck says that makes sense considering, did they have midbrains too in their neck? Probably not in their neck. We don't have any evidence of that. They don't have like a sacral plexus, you know, here in the base of the hips, or the base of the tail, in the hips, in the sacrum. Those vertebrae there between the ilia. They are enlarged. They've got like bundles of specialized or embiggened nerves in there. Maybe for helping control the tail and the rear half of the animal. But calling it a second brain might not be totally fair. You know, there's that old myth of the dinosaur with two brains. They've got something really interesting going on back here in their hips. Something interesting in terms of controlling the back half of their body. Is it a brain, though? I don't know. You know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And who had the infection? What was her name? FMSSK? Let me show you. Yeah. There we go. Here's a link. Dolly, the dinosaur. And who can tell me, take a guess, who was Dolly named after? Anybody have any guesses? Not the sheep, Dinosaur Dave. No, think somehow even more iconic than Dolly the sheep. Dolly, very, very... Dolly, Jolene, it's all coming together, Vigilante? Yeah. If you answered Dolly Parton... Skyluck, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Skyluck. And by the way, Acer1337, Acer Leet, did I thank you for the follow a full 30 minutes ago? That's a half hour ago, Acer. Did I thank you for that? Because I should have. I must have missed that somehow, but welcome, Acer. Acer like the computer company, right? Anyway, Skyluck, thank you for the follow too. Welcome to the channel. It's good to have you here. Anyway, if you answered Dolly Parton, a ding ding ding, you are correct. Yeah. Let's see. Carrie Woodruff. Friend of mine. I got to interview Carrie on this program at some point. That'd be really good. Wait, they don't talk about it here? Shoot. Maybe we've got to go to the New York Post article. I love that this research. There's a video? Oh, we gotta watch this. You better believe we're gonna watch this right here. Hang on, what? Let's turn up the volume, pump up the jam.
We refer to that group of dinosaurs as the...
Oh, this is lovely, because normally the New York Post is, you know, dog water journalism. It's not good, folks. But here we've got a science story that is interesting enough for the Post to cover. It's like a tabloid magazine, and they're covering some actual science journalism, and they're including an interview in a video with paleontologist Carrie Woodruff, sauropod expert. Oh man, this makes me happy. Let's take a look.
So Dolly was a kind of long-necked plant-eating dinosaur. We refer to that group of dinosaurs as sauropods. So
yeah,
Brontosaurus, you know, like the Dino from the Flintstones, or, you know, the logo for Sinclair Oil. That's also a sauropod. And we estimate that Dolly would have been about a subadult animal, so probably 15 to 20 years of age when it died, and just about 60 feet, so, you know, just about 18 meters in total body length. They represent the first...
And I like this. This is at the the Great Plains Dinosaur Museum in Malta, Montana. I recognize this background here. I helped put some of this stuff together. This is great.
That we have of an avian style respiratory infection.
Yeah.
When we looked at Dolly, we saw that in these pleurocells, which are normally very, very smooth bone, we saw that in Dolly, the edges of these pleurocells were really rough and irregular, and coming out of them, basically imagine something that kind of looked like fossilized broccoli. It was this really irregular, gnarly, lumpy looking bone.
Yeah.
At all.
Very cool stuff. Yeah. So Dolly was indeed named after Dolly Parton.
Dolly had...
Oh, it continues.
Air saculitis with
This is so cool. You're in the New York Post, of all places, in their lifestyle section. We've got a dinosaur paleontologist talking about his research. This is really, really cool. And I need to go trim my mustache. It keeps, like, there's a hair that's sticking up into my nose and making me all sneezy. So let me continue this. I'll be right back.
Associated osteomyelitis. So that's just the fancy way of saying that Dolly had a respiratory infection with a secondary bone infection. And we see these same kinds of structures in birds today. We see air saculitis, and it can be caused by several features. So it can be bacterial in origin, but the most common respiratory infection today, and the one that shared not 100%, but many similarities with what we saw in Dolly, is actually a fungal derived infection called aspergillosis.
Contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
And Fritz on Fire, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Gianmi says, loving dinosaurs is a lifestyle. It is indeed, Gianmi. I live it every single day. 24/7, 365, etc. Shamu Khan, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. I don't recognize that name. Are you new here, Shamu Khan? Welcome, welcome. It's great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Pop Vid, tasty, tasty indeed. I agree, Shamu Khan. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's, like I said, there's just a hair sticking up directly into my nostril off my mustache. I had to trim it. But now, all better. Yeah.
So we know in birds that have air saculitis today, they oftentimes will show flu or pneumonia symptoms. And this entails coughing, sneezing, fever, sore throats, diarrhea, weight loss, things like that. And these are all of the exact same symptoms that we all have experienced when we've had respiratory disorders.
Yeah.
So that's really kind of cool, because that means you can hold that infected bone of Dolly in your hand and know that 150 million years ago, you probably felt just as crummy as you were when you're sick as Dolly did.
Oh.
Now, can we say that killed Dolly?
Super
we don't
cool.
know, because again, we don't see the sign in the bones. But in birds today, without medical treatment, air saculitis is largely lethal. And we also know that, today herding animals like these sauropods would have been, that sick animals often just kind of fall behind.
Yeah.
So whether or not Dolly just keeled over from this disease or was isolated and visibly weak and would have been a good target, and an easy meal for a predator, we can't say. But I do think that this disease ultimately caused the death of this animal.
There we go. Very, very cool. And holy cow, extraordinarily impressed for once with the New York Post's coverage here.
We've all had respiratory illnesses. We've all been sick. We've all had a sore throat. We've all been, coughing and sneezing.
Yeah.
Again, we can relate to, we can know exactly the same symptoms, how crummy Dolly was feeling when it was going through this illness. And I think that's amazing. And I don't personally know of another fossil with an injury or a trauma or disease that I've been able to relate to as much.
There you go. Very, very cool. So again, here's a link to... Here's a link to... Oh, hang on a second. Control X, Control W. There we go. Yeah. I kind of wonder whether, Oh, there's my soundboard there, all those sixes from when I was doing ding, 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 ding. That's the 6 key. Anyway, but yeah, too soon after Ronas' Vigilante? Not after. Coronavirus, COVID-19 still going on. There were like 4,000 Americans who died of coronavirus just last week. People who keep saying like, oh, after COVID. It's like, no, we're still in COVID. I still wear a mask every time I go to the store. Or I'm on the train or something, I don't know. Anyway, but I do kind of feel like that's why that got the coverage that it did. Yeah, because of respiratory diseases like COVID. That's why this was so relevant. This just came out last Valentine's Day. February 14th, 2022. Yeah. So, anywho, really, really interesting. These dinosaurs had very, very, their skeletons are all full of air. And we see this in Dreadnoughtus, too. We were going to continue this. Let's continue.
So, everything about this dinosaur is...
And there you go, Roland, yes.
6 feet tall. The upper
Trappy,
arm
how you doing?
Humerus is almost
Welcome,
as tall
welcome.
as I am. The bones are gargantuan with huge muscle scars that show us that it essentially had a weaponized tail that was 30 feet long.
Oh boy.
One vertebra in the neck is over a yard across. So this incredibly large and muscled individual that would have feared nothing in its landscape. That evokes, to me, this sense of turn of the last...
So I worked with the gal who made this illustration. I think she might be... Hang on a minute. I'm trying to remember who that was at the Carter County Museum who made this. Was it Saber? Did Saber do this? Saber Moore? We think is now married to Nate Carroll. She's now director of the Carter County Museum in Ekalaka, Montana. Hang on a minute. Let's see if we can find that. We don't have to speculate about this. We can find out the answers. It's a wonderful thing about the internet. Dreadnoughtus. There we go. From the New York Times. They've got an image credit. Oh, Jennifer Hall. Jennifer Hall is the gal I'm thinking of. Yeah, she did the illustration. I remember a really, really late night getting ready for the Dino Shindig in 2013, I think. 2012. Anyway, 2014. Getting ready for the Dino Shindig in Ekalaka, Montana. Staying up like almost all night with a bunch of different people, Jen Hall among them. So yeah. Anyway, but yeah.
Battleship called the Dreadnoughts, which were huge.
Hang on.
Across. So this incredibly large and muscled individual that would have feared nothing in its landscape. That evokes, to me, this class of turn of the last century battleship called the Dreadnoughts, which were huge, thickly clad and impervious. And as a result, I've decided to name this dinosaur Dreadnoughtus,
Which, you know, it's a great name. It really is. Dreadnoughtus, that's a stroke of genius. But, chat, those of you who have known me for a long time, you know that I am very interested in, you know, there's very few things that I have, like, a strong interest in outside of, that I can't, like, directly relate to paleontology. There are very few things that I could be considered, like, a fanboy of. One of those very, very, very few things, maybe the only thing, is, like, mid-20th century submarine warfare. I just find it really, really fascinating. And dreadnought battleships, one of the things that spelled their doom was submarines. That, and also the rise of the aircraft carrier and naval aviation. That's really the primary thing, for being honest. So yeah, there's a reason we don't still have dreadnought battleships, you know, scooting along, lumbering along is maybe a better term. But, anyway, yeah. One fear, says Neverwinter Fool. There you go, yeah. Fear's nothing? No, fear's one thing. Naval aviation. Yeah. I mean, shoot, that was like with the December 7th attack on Pearl Harbor by the Imperial Japanese Navy. That spelled the end of the age of the dreadnought, of this impervious battleship. It was like, within the span of 2 hours, you know, on the island of Oahu in Hawaii, the end of the battleship, the age of the battleship ended, the age of the aircraft carrier began. So anyway, yeah.
Fears nothing. I think it's finally time that herbivores get their due. Other very large dinosaurs like this are generally known from only a couple of bones. In many cases, 1, 2, 3 bones, and this one is represented by over 100 elements. And so for the
that is actually incredibly important. So Neverwinter, it's so cool. Neverwinter, you were saying that you got to work on this, right? How many bones did you scan? Because with most of these enormous sauropod dinosaurs that we have, there's just a small handful of bones that we have. Some dinosaurs, especially, you know, I'm looking at you, Argentine sauropods. Sauropods from the Nequén Basin or other parts of Patagonia are known from, like, just a handful of bones, sometimes just one vertebra. Got a whole genus of sauropod dinosaur named based on one vertebra. It's so refreshing to see over 100 bones of this animal that we know of. You know, it's really, really cool. And you only worked on one. Okay, can I ask which one it was, Neverwinter? But it is amazingly complete. It's kind of unheard of, which is really, really cool. The thing is, these things are out there, and not all of this is sauropod. There's a turtle. You can see a turtle right here. That's a turtle plastron, isn't it? From like a trionychid turtle or somebody? Anyway, there's a big old turtle right there. It was probably collected from the same site, I would guess. But anyway, you think it was a metatarsal, but it was bigger than my head. Yeah, holy cow. Holy cow. Just one of the upper foot bones would be bigger than a person's head. This is an enormous animal.
First time, paleontologists are going to have a look at a nearly complete skeleton of one of the most massive creatures that ever walked the earth.
Very
there are
cool.
a lot of good places to look for dinosaurs in the world, and one of the best.
Oh, this is great.
Patagonia.
Never seen this video before.
Patagonia has received relatively little attention. So I
Yeah.
wanted to go there because I figured I would find some dinosaurs.
And this is, look at those beautiful, tasty badlands. Holy cow. Just, I want to eat it up. Good stuff. Now, what you see right here, these big white blobs, are what we call field jackets, plaster jackets. So when we find a dinosaur fossil in the field, we don't just yank it out of the ground and carry it off on our shoulder. These things are extremely delicate. They've been in the ground for tens of millions of years. They'll fall apart if you try and just pry them out of the ground. So what we have to do is, well, here, I'll show you real quick. Another brief tangent here, but here we go. Plastering. There we go. This video spells it out pretty well. From the Utah Geological Survey.
Bone is discovered in the rock. The top surface is uncovered, just enough so that the aerial extent of the bone can be seen. The bone is then pedestaled so that a protective plaster jacket can be put around the bone. Here,
So yep, here is it looks like a femur of a sauropod. Femur or a humerus, but no, that trochanter there. That's a femur. There's a femur right here. Yeah, I think this is actually the same quarry that I was working in last summer. I think literally the layer that we were working in is just like one layer below all of this. Because this is the sauropod they dug up there years ago, right? This is the Mirasaurus quarry. I think I was literally working in this same hole last summer. And that is Jim Kirkland's voice. Yeah, that is the voice of Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland. Sharp ears there, Tarquin. He's narrating this. So, here we go. Plastering.
after the bone is discovered in the rock, the top surface is uncovered, just enough so that the aerial extent of the bone can be seen. The bone is then pedestaled so that a protective plaster jacket can be put around the bone.
Yep.
Here, a large femur is being readied for jacketing.
So that femur, whoop,
Put around the bone.
So this, this has been here for almost 140 million years in this case, here in eastern Utah. If you were to just try and pull this out of the ground, it would break apart into a million zillion pieces, and it would be a travesty. Don't do that. The way that we get a dinosaur fossil like this out of the ground and back to the laboratory is through a process that we call plaster jacketing. You create what we call a field jacket or a plaster jacket. Interchangeable terms. So what you do first is first you kind of pedestal around it like that. You try and expose as much of the aerial extent of it as you can. But the thing is, once you've actually started to dig away at this, the clock is ticking. Like, tick, 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 tick. Holy cow. This thing has been under the ground for 140 million years. It's going to start to degrade. And you don't want that. You don't want to leave it exposed for very long. A, it could get stepped on or broken. Very delicate. B, just exposure to the outside air, not good for it. It's going to start to erode. So how do we deal with that? How do you get something like this? 140 million years old. How do you get that safely back to the laboratory? You create a fossil jacket. The first step is that we put a layer of paper towels over it. So take a mental snapshot of this right now. You got it? This like this, big femur bone, big thigh bone right here.
Here, a large femur is being readied for jacketing.
Yeah. And so they didn't, it would be great if they, I don't know. It's always difficult when you're like working in the field, like, oh shoot, did you get a picture? Too late, we're already doing it. Paper towels have been used to cover this up. So there's the proximal end of the femur, is where it attaches to the hip. There's the end, that's basically the knee of the animal right there. And you put paper towels over it like this, damp paper towels. You have to dampen them so that they squish down and they cover every contour of everything and they cling to it. This is what we call our layer of separator right there. That's damp paper towel. that you've got all along here.
Paper towels are placed over the bone as a separator to protect it from the plaster.
Yep.
Strips of burlap are...
And then you take layers of burlap. Burlap is like a really, really coarse fabric. You've probably seen it before. Looks like this. I doubt anybody watching is wearing any clothes made of burlap right now, but if you ever do, they're very scratchy. This is like sackcloth. If you were trying to atone for some great misdeed or sin, you know, you're like, oh, I'm clad in sackcloth. That's what sackcloth is. It's burlap, you know? Your shorts, Banyarola, are made of burlap? They must have, I hope they were a real bargain. How funny would it be if, like, some expensive clothing manufacturer like, what's that Nazi brand? Chanel or Gucky or whatever. If they had, like, you know, like, oh yeah, our new line of burlap clothing. It's the hot new thing. Everybody loves our brand, so, you know, pay them $2,000 for this and wear this scratchy fabric next to your skin. Yeah. So yeah, it's jute fabric. Kind of nary, yeah. Yeah. Basically same deal. Maple Leafs. Just found some tasty new content there. Thank you for the follow, Maple Leafs. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. The Burberry Burlap Collection. There you go, Nerf Dermer. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. So, and you've actually worn burlap clothing? King Muttons, you're kidding me. Really, really? Are you serious? Really, really? Ah, that's so funny to me. I love that. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, burlap. This is the material that we use, so we cut strips of this. So normally in like you keep a pair of scissors and a roll of burlap and then a bag of plaster and then some tubs and some water with you if you're gonna jacket some fossils. So you cut strips of burlap using those scissors. And you get a bunch of strips ready. And then you gotta make sure you have everything ready beforehand. At Museum of the Rockies, where I was trained, we were taught to soak the burlap in water before you apply the plaster, because we were told that that would absorb the plaster better. With the Utah Geological Survey, who I was working with last summer, they don't do that. They're like, no, that's crazy. Why would you do that? I don't know. But then, like, our jackets didn't come out as well. That I don't know. I think there's something to that. Anyway, so, like, you get all of your burlap strips all cut and rolled up. And then, tick, 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 you set the clock running, you know? It's like, after this, it's a mad dash to get everything done. So, you have a bin full of water, you know, like a, wash basin? Yeah, a little basin like this, basically. This is what we call a plaster tub. And so you fill that with water up to the amount that's desired, and then you pour in the plaster of Paris, and you start to mix it up. It's a messy process, but you start to mix it up, and you break up the plaster chunks with your fingers, and, yeah, after that, you take your rolls of burlap, you partially unroll them, and you start to soak them in the plaster. And then you put them onto here.
And placed over the bone and rock to form a jacket.
There you go.
The plaster has hardened, the pedestal can be undermined, and the jacket flipped over. The same.
So yeah. And if it's a really hot day, the plaster will set up really, really fast. So you got to watch out for that. It's an exothermic reaction. It generates heat. But the hotter the water is, the faster it will set up, too. And so there's, I don't know, it's kind of like, I kind of liken, when I'm explaining creating a plaster jacket, it's almost like baking a cake. Like, just like in baking, there's, you know, a lot of different factors that you all have to get exactly right, and you got to kind of just roll with the punches. If it's really hot in the kitchen, if you're at different altitude or something like that, it's like that will affect how everything sets up. It's the same with making a plaster jacket. It really is like there's a bunch of different variables that go into this that will affect whether or not you're successful. And yeah. An experienced jacket maker will be able to do really beautiful jackets. Somebody who's novice to this, like, holy cow, don't put them in charge. You need somebody who's experienced doing this, because this is what's protecting your fossil on its way back to the laboratory. And we're going to get to the most critical moment here, which is the flip. So, yeah.
In plaster of Paris and placed over the bone and rock to form a jacket. After the plaster has hardened, the pedestal...
And it is coffee bean bags. Yes, indeed, Nary. I've been to some good coffee shops in my day that had the burlap bean bags. Yes, indeed. But yeah. The most critical moment of pancakes or certain eggs are the flip. There you go, Moosey Fate. Yeah. So here, this plaster on top has already hardened, and they've also put in a brace here. Here's a piece of wood that they put the jacket over the top of. So, like, you put the plaster-soaked burlap strips over the top of that. This acts as basically a splint right here, so that the femur doesn't flex and break, you know. You've got that splint there holding it together. And so this guy here is hammering at this underneath. I think this is the leaf spring from a car or something that's been whittled down to form a point at the end. But they're trying to get rid of the pedestal of rock underneath this so they can flip it over. This is the most critical moment in any kind of excavation like this. So take a look.
Can be undermined and the jacket flipped over. The same process is then used to seal the bottom of the jacket. It is now ready for transport back to the lab where it can be extracted from the rock.
So yeah, shoot, they don't actually show the flip, but that is the most... Oh man, your heart is up in your throat when that is happening. It's like when you flip it, when you flip that jacket, there's a chance that everything could spill out underneath. It could all just basically turn into gravel, and the bone that you're trying to take back to the laboratory could just completely break apart, just, you know, disintegrate into smithereens. And it happens. If you don't do it right, that will happen. You know, digging up a dinosaur is really, really complicated work, and it requires a lot of experience. And they didn't do that here. They flipped it over really nicely. And here's the bottom part. They put a new layer of burlap, or plaster-soaked burlap over the bottom of it. They're making the bottom jacket right here. Yeah.
The jacket flipped over. The same process is then used to seal the bottom of the jacket. It is now ready for transport back to the lab where it can be extracted from the rock.
Yeah. And flip it good. There you go, Walter Buck. Exactly. Yeah. Do you have an idea of your team's flip success rate? I think I've only had like maybe one bad flip my entire career, Moosey Fate. I'm very careful about this. And it wasn't a full flip. It was just like, you can sometimes feel when it's not going to go right. And it's like, oh, shoot. Put it back where it was. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Let's continue undermining this. And let's put another layer around the bottom. So that, you know, you got to recognize that when we're in the field, we've got very limited resources. We've got limited time. Walter Buck, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Thank you. We've got limited time. We've got limited manpower, people power. We've got limited budget. Like, we're trying to do all this stuff as quickly as possible. And sometimes you might have a storm bearing down on you. And it's like, well, shoot, we got to get these things jacketed and flipped and bottom jacketed and out of here before that storm we see on the horizon reaches us and swamps our quarry. You know, field work Fieldwork is full of hazards. You never quite know what you're going to run into. And I've been very lucky, or I don't know, I've been on very good crews. I've only ever had like one bad flip. And I feel like we were able to remediate that pretty well. So yeah. So anyway, the pancake success rate is much lower. There you go, Moosey Fate. Yeah. And but yeah. And Titanium Broly says, I don't know if you play games at all. Do you have any ideas on paleontology information? If not, book recommendations work too. Titanium Broly, there is one game that... Whoop. I could spell the word game correctly. There you go. Check out Saurian. Is an excellent, excellent game. About, it's a Hell Creek dinosaur simulator. Exquisite. It's very, very good. Check that out. Also, Prehistoric Kingdom. Very good, too. I did a video on Prehistoric Kingdom a good while ago. Let's see. Yeah. I've got a video on it on my YouTube page. So all of our VODs are videos on demand from Twitch. I put on YouTube nowadays, starting in 2023. That's one of my New Year's resolutions. Oh, shoot, here's an interview that I did on British television with Michael Portillo. Here's me right there. So yeah, you can check that out on the YouTube page. And where's my Prehistoric Planet review? Oh, Prehistoric Kingdom, sorry. Yeah. So I did a review on the game Prehistoric Kingdom 2, which is really excellent. If you love dinosaurs, if you like to learn about them, if you'd like to see them scientifically accurate and beautifully rendered in a wildlife park setting, then Prehistoric Kingdom is the game you've been waiting for. But given that this is a game review, I have a bit of a confession to make. I am not what you would call a gamer. Yeah. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and I work on dinosaurs. Yeah. I discover them, I excavate them, I study them, illustrate them, publish on them, and nowadays I talk about them every weekday on Twitch as a means of science outreach. Yep. Lately, my viewers have been very excited about this new game, and the little independent studio that's been working on it sent me an advance copy. Prehistoric Kingdom follows the same basic premise as other dinosaur park tycoon games. You build enclosures, guest amenities, you add new creatures. You know the drill. I'm not really qualified to talk about the intricacies of game mechanics. I don't know a lot about stuff like that. What I can talk to you about is the game's depiction of dinosaurs. So anyway, yeah. Here's a link to that. Check it out. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Trappy Jenkins says they should give Hell Creek a more family-friendly name. Let's call it Heck Creek from now on. Trappy, that reminds me of, yeah. We were just talking about King Kong yesterday. And, yeah. Anyway, this is from a classic Simpsons episode, season 4. Good stuff. Yeah. And hang on a minute. What's up with our subtitles? Oh, yeah. Okay, hang on. Subtitles. Why is it in Italian? Can we auto-translate that to English, please? There we go. Okay. Anyway. Hell Creek. Why don't they give it a more pleasant name, you know? So Hell Creek, maybe we should call it Candy Apple Creek, you know? Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff. How far afield are we right now? Holy moly. We were talking about Dreadnoughtus and we got super distracted with all this other stuff. Let's get back to our Dreadnoughtus video. Man, because I got started talking about plaster jackets here. Holy cow. And, you know, 40 minutes later, here we are.
And because it's relatively unexplored, I thought there was a good chance.
The peninsula, there you go, Neverwinter, yes.
So this is the discovery piece. This is the giant femur of this animal. And in 2005, I found a small patch of this bone exposed at the surface. It was hard to recognize it bone. It had been covered by gypsum minerals and weathered.
I actually have to go. I gotta go use the little paleontologist room. I will be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Continue with this video. There will be a quiz at the end of this broadcast. None of the questions pertain to this video, but there will be a quiz later. So we're actually gonna play a special like review game called Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? You've seen it on the television machine before. You're familiar with Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. But anyway, I don't think any of the stuff from this video will be questions in that. I wrote all the questions this morning. But anyway, I'll be right back. Pay attention. I shall return.
Yes, this bone, and we came back later that day. Began to uncover this and eventually uncovered hundreds of bones representing the skeleton at this site. So one of the most amazing parts of this dinosaur is its tail. And the tail starts here, and it goes way down to here, and then it would go about 8 feet through this wall. And so it's 30 feet altogether. And this is an incredibly bulky, massively muscled tail. Everything about this speaks to its power. And this is a really interesting set of bones. We call these chevrons. And in other big dinosaurs, this area kind of comes down and tapers to a gentle V here. In this dinosaur, it flares out into this immense area for muscle attachment, making this, I would say, the most powerful tail that's ever been seen. One of the most enjoyable aspects of this project has been working with my Argentinian colleagues. Back in the lab here, though, we're starting to apply some very cutting-edge techniques to studying this dinosaur. We're using a 3D laser scanner to capture the digital form of these bones, and then essentially we can digitally curate the fossil. This has the advantage that it doesn't take space. These images can be ported around the world to other scientists.
There we go.
And we can use them in biomechanical models. A dinosaur in this mass range, 65 tons, is really pushing the limit. So what is physiologically possible? So it'd be very hard to understand this dinosaur from a very fragmentary skeleton, and we're fortunate that we have nearly a complete skeleton of this amazing creature. So we're going to be able to understand kind of the frontier of
nearly a complete. I mean, well, I guess if you're looking at elements that are, you know, bilaterally symmetrical, it would be nearly complete. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Pretty awesome. It really is.
Of physiology in terms of supermassive land animals from this animal.
Pretty cool. Very, very cool. Yeah. So yeah. And this video was taken in this lab. Interesting, Neverwinter. Very, very neat. Yeah. I don't think I've ever actually met Ken Lacavera, but I've met some of the other people who worked on the Dreadnoughtus project, like Jen Hall. But yeah. Very cool. That's so cool that you were able to be involved with that. You recognize some of the grad students in the background? Very nice, Neverwinter. Well, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. And I hope that was a pleasant blast from the past. Welcome, Neverwinter. Yeah. You know, so what did we talk about so far today? We talked about Prehistoric Planet. We talked about Dreadnoughtus. We talked about creating plaster jackets. I figure we might as well take a look at this too. sort of in the same vein as Prehistoric Planet, a nature documentary style show on extinct creatures. We should take a look at this as well, which has got an ongoing Kickstarter campaign. This is called Forgotten Bloodlines. It does not feature dinosaurs, at least no non-avian dinosaurs. There might be a few birds here and there, but it does feature another kind of critter that we call an entelodont. Remember I promised hell pigs earlier? This is what I'm talking about. These critters are some of the largest mammalian predators. I'm actually not 100% convinced that they were predators. There's one compared to a short-faced bear. It's larger than the bear. Big surprise. They're also sometimes called Terminator pigs. They're not true pigs, but they are related to pigs. They are porcine in some sense of the word, at least. They really look like, man, there was a critter from Lord of the Rings, I believe, that I thought looked a lot like this. Yeah, what were they called? They either looked like this or like Andrew Sarchis. I don't really remember. It's been a long time. The Wargs? Says King Muttons and Nell? Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, those critters were real. Although they had hooves. See the little hooves? Guess they seen this picture, says Harry Light? Maybe. Maybe, Harry Light. Welcome, welcome. I haven't seen your name here before. You're new around these parts? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Imagine riding that into battle? Yeah, there you go. You are new. Great to have you here, Harry Light. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Holy cow. I'm glad you could be here. Let me know if you got any questions. But maybe wait just a minute, because we are going to watch this trailer here, I think featuring some of these pretty cool critters. Let's take a look.
"20 million years ago, the beginning of the Miocene epoch."
Hang on a minute. Is this narrated by Nigel Marvin? I think it is. We've got to restart. Very cool.
20 million years ago, the beginning of the Miocene epoch.
Very cool.
Although seemingly familiar, this is a world of wonder, mystery, and danger.
Uh-oh. Oh, there you go. There's your hell pig.
From tiny rhinos, the size of dogs, to bizarre horse-like giants with claws instead of hooves.
Hang on a minute. Are these guys... Oh, are these Calicotheres right here? I love me some Calicotheres. And these are... They're surprisingly rhino-like. Interesting.
And a pig-like behemoth with jaws that could crush bone. A world
very
forgotten
cool.
to time, never seen by the eyes of man until now.
Look at those Calicotheres. I love it. There's some dinosaurs. And is that a... I guess it's a baby Calicothere there. Very cool.
Is the incredible story of two of America's most astounding bygone beasts. Step back into an ancient world, Forgotten Bloodlines Agate. Please support us on Kickstarter, now live.
Very, very cool. Well, I'm going to take a look at that right now, actually. Link in the description. Let's have ourselves a look. They are currently at $31,000. Pledged out of a $75,000 goal. 680 backers. You know what? I've been blessed by supporters here in this community. I'll first give you the link here, so you can contribute if you'd like to. But I'm going to make a contribution as well. Let's go ahead and do that. Back this project. I don't know if I've ever backed anything on, let's do digital art book. 3D files for printing. Oh, hang on a minute. Is this set in Miocene, Nebraska? Oh, wait. I think Pliocene... That's... man. I am tempted to fall down this rabbit hole right now. Holy cow. But, you know what? Let's do what I can afford. 3D files for printing. And let's do an additional $10. I can do that. Pledge $45. I can just about afford that. I don't think I've ever funded anything on Kickstarter before, so... Danny Anduza. Paleontologizing at gmail.com. That is... Paleontologizing at gmail.com. Password. I'm not going to show you that. There you go. Create account. Let's hope those passwords matched. They did! Excellent. Alright, let's put that there. Confirm. Kabow, there we go. Yeah. And...
hold on to your butts.
Pledge. There we go, $45. I think... yeah. There we go. Very, very cool. If the project reaches its funding goal, your card will be charged on March 23rd, 2023. All right, there we go. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. So yeah. Yeah. Very, very cool. Anyway. Do you get one of those sweet tote bags? It's not like an NPR pledge drive, Pipcat. But anyway, I can feel good about that. And, Oscar Jr.'s, this is for something called Forgotten Bloodlines Agate here. So basically like a prehistoric planet for Miocene critters. Like these Entelodonts and these Calicotheres. Right here. Very, very cool stuff. Worthy of our support. So there you go. There's a link. Yeah. And thank you, Moosey Fate, for posting that link. Beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. Very, very, very cool. So anyway, and I had the link up above too, Travel. I wasn't neglectful there. Yeah. Permian planet, Diagonal. Focusing on plants, perhaps, Diagonal. These remarkable gymnosperm plants from the Permian. Anyway, very cool stuff. And I'll probably do a post about that on Twitter at some point as well. But yeah, very, very cool stuff. I'm excited for it. I really hope that we're able to secure that. And take a look at this. This is interesting. Looking at this makes me really happy to see, actually. Science and technology here on Twitch. This is a category here on Twitch right now, which I am following. We've got 2.8 thousand viewers right now on science and technology. That's like double what it normally is. Holy cow. Because of all of these. Something called First Inspires. What are these about? You know what? Let's look at one with not as many viewers. Maybe this one. Is this like a robotics tournament or something? First robotics competition. Very cool. Really neat to see all these things on Twitch right now in the science and technology category. And then, of course, there's us. Normally, you know, I love it and I hate it. Being the, you know, #1 broadcaster in science and technology on a given day is like, at one point it's an honor, but also it's like, is there really nothing else here? Holy cow. So I really love to see the rest of these. This is really, really cool. Other people, like First Inspires, you know, broadcasting the robotics tournament on science and technology is really, really neat. So yeah, very, very cool. I like that a lot. Very nice. And Jody Fish says pledged at $10 level. Thank you, Jody Fish, for pledging. Holy cow. To Forgotten Bloodlines. Very, very cool. Now, and you're good, Travel. You're good. I hope you're, what are you making for dinner, Travel, if you don't mind sharing? You don't have to share if you don't want to. What are you making for dinner? Yeah. And Titano Broly says, I've subscribed to your YouTube. What kinds of videos do you upload on there? Is it very similar to your streams? It is incredibly similar to my streams, Titano Broly. Would you like to see? Yeah. Holy cow. You know, what did I upload yesterday? Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. So a tree is essentially just grass with attitude. That's what bamboo is, RPG fan, yeah. Yeah. I'd say it's pretty similar, you know? Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. That's not unusual. There you go, Vigilante. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad too. That's not too off-putting to you. Yeah. No, definitely not. Yeah. Anyway. So mostly this is VODs. Like I started uploading all of the VODs from my videos here, or from my Twitch broadcast, excuse me. But if you go back a little bit further, we can get into stuff like this. This is actually a perfect transition into our Friday Birdsday. Take a look. I also do, you know, I used to do long-form paleontology videos specifically created for YouTube. And I'm going to get into doing those again because those seem to garner a lot of attention. But for the time being, it's mostly just VODs. You know, I upload the recordings of my Twitch streams onto YouTube for people who can't catch them live. But check this out. In honor of Friday Birdsday, here we go. Yeah. What is this? How many burgers do we have in the chat right now? I hope it's a few. Yeah. GoldenEye. Again. That's a... Get it? It's a GoldenEye duck. I hope this joke is obvious enough where people understand it. But you're also a birder. Holy cow, Neverwinterful. You are in the right place, my friend. Normally we have what we call Thursday Birdsday, but I completely forgot to do this yesterday. So we're doing our Thursday Birdsday on Friday instead. And so, enjoy. Yeah. Yeah. Let me go to the Discord. On Thursday Birdsday, we look at viewer-submitted pictures of birds from the past week. That's the whole idea, is that these are recent pictures of birds. And this is from 223, 225, 228. There we go, yeah. Oh, and very cool, Nell. Very, very cool. Take a look at this. We go over some viewer-submitted pictures of birds that they took throughout the week. The whole point of Thursday Birdsday is to encourage people to go out and spend more time in nature, pay more attention to the birds that you see in your neighborhood, on your commute to work, on your, your walks during the weekend, or in the morning when you're walking your dog or whatever. Just kind of pay more attention to the birds that you see around you. If you're a birder, you don't have to hear this. You're already doing that, like I am. But birds are living dinosaurs, They are the only group of dinosaurs that survived the KPG asteroid impact. They're still around us today. Birds are a wonderful way to kind of get involved in nature, to pay more attention to the natural world around us.
You should enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
I agree, Gregor. Thank you so much, Gregor, for the 2 months of support. Thank you, Gregor. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday Birdsday to you. Welcome, welcome. So yeah. And there's the Discord there. Titano, yes, indeed. Fair warning, I'm not very involved in the Discord. I'm very bad at Discord. But we've got a vibrant Discord filled with all kinds of cool people posting things like this. This is Give Them Nell. It's got a dodo right here. Embroidered, very, very cool. I 3D printed my own dodo bird. This is kind of stretching the limits of what Thursday Birdsday images should be, but we'll accept it. Now, here is my life-size dodo that I printed when we were talking about the that company that's claiming they're going to resurrect the dodo bird. Rhaphis cuculatus. Very cool animal. And, yeah, very neat. No, very, very neat. That's good stuff. I don't know anything about embroidery, but I assume this is very impressive, because that's really cool. Now, wait. An Australian crane? Rune lore. Photo taken at the South Australian Museum. Those are taxiderm cranes, but we'll count them. We will count them. We'll even count fossil birds. If you find a fossil bird, that would be incredibly rare. Fossil birds are not common. But Australian crane, very cool, Rune lore. Where do they show up on our Tree of Life, I wonder? Let's pull up our Tree of Life. Australian crane. Wait, what? Australian crane. No results found? You're kidding me. Wait, what? Australian crane. Oh. Brolga. Brolga. Let's search that. I know sometimes our Tree of Life can be a little finicky. So sometimes you gotta type in... See, this is why we use Latin binomials. Common names like this. Australian crane. Brolga. you know, yeah, nobody knows what you're talking about. That's why you use Grus rubicunda. Grus rubicunda. The Brolga. Very cool. Nice to see that Australian cranes are still alive and well, and not just stuffed in museums like that. Very cool, Rune Lore. Very, very cool. Brolga are huge, says Simple Garrick. Are they? Well, very neat. Yeah. The South Australia Museum. You know I love a good museum. I'm a museum person through and through, so that's good stuff. And photos taken at a nearby duck pond. Sadly, my fixed 24mm lens isn't ideal for this, and I wasn't able to get a good photo of the awesome egret and crested grebe I spotted, as getting within a few meters of them wasn't happening. No, I understand that. But we've got some lovely mallards there. And these mallards look different from the ones that I see here in California. Very cool. Look at those streaks on their eyes. Very cool. That's a bunch of females, right? They're beautiful. Holy cow. Thank you, Rune Lore, for your contribution for Friday Birdsday, excuse me. And Dr. Tara says crow, red-shouldered hawk, and angry mockingbirds all in the same video? You're kidding me. Let's take a look. And let me unmute the tab so we can hear the sounds. Here we go. A crow. Red-shouldered hawk. See the hawk right there? Oh, and the mockingbirds are mobbing the hawk! That's so cool, Dr. Tara. Holy cow. Very, very neat. Yeah. Good stuff. Sounds like somebody's turn signal is on, too. And they might have a headlight or tail light that burned out because it's like clicking abnormally fast. It's a problem with the circuit. Anyway, a red-shouldered hawk. These guys are rare. Pretty cool to see. Very cool, Dr. I love this because this is what Thursday Birdsday is all about. Encountering birds in our daily lives and taking notice of them, you know? Making sure that we're paying attention to our theropod dinosaur neighbors as we encounter them throughout the week. Just becoming more aware of them in general. That's my whole purpose, you know, with Thursday Birdsday. So this is really, really neat. I like that a whole lot. Very cool. And that is Korobenyeki. You did not botch that, Snowfall. Great song. Old Russian folk song. So thank you, Dr. Tara. Really cool video there. Very, very cool. And Lenina, who I think is on a business trip right now. She's busy, but she says, I managed to snag a pic of this cardinal outside the hotel I'm staying at. Talkative little fellow. Look at him. It's been ages since I've seen a cardinal. They're like eastern U.S. birds. I live on the West Coast. They don't have cardinals here. But very cool, Lenina. And again, beautiful Thursday Birdsday, Friday Birdsday photo. A little bit blurry, probably taken with a phone camera, just like mine are, you know? And Dorky says, grocery store parking lot burb. That is a house sparrow, Passer domesticus. Honestly, one of my favorite birds. Really, really cool critters. Yeah. I love house sparrows. They're really, really neat. Classic house sparrow. There you go, Green Herring. Yes, indeed. So, some definitions of the term dinosaur actually use a house sparrow as a defining outgroup. So, like a traditional I don't know, a like crown group definition of dinosaurs cladistically would be, dinosaurs are every creature between the house sparrow, Passer domesticus, and Triceratops horridus. They should really use Triceratops prorsus because it was last. So we'll say dinosaurs are every creature between Triceratops prorsus and Passer domesticus, the house sparrow, and their most recent common ancestor. So the most recent common ancestor of Triceratops prorsus, Passer domesticus, and all of its descendants, those are dinosaurs. This is a bird that has been used as part of the definition for what makes a dinosaur, which is really cool. So yeah, very neat. Very neat, dorky. Really, really cool. Papier Cut says, boisterous blue jay, life in the lower ADK. What's ADK? And there's a blue jay there, looking at that suet feeder. Very cool, Papier Cuts. Blue jays are really neat, too. Have I ever seen a live blue jay in the... I'm sure I have. I've been to the East Coast a few times. And green herring. Here we go. You know it's going to be good if it comes from green herring. Green herring says, the first time I've ever seen a Wilson's snipe up close-ish. Usually they stay further from the paths and are difficult to spot because of their excellent camouflage. These two were feeding and their heads were moving up and down so quickly, looking for food in the mud, that it was a struggle to get photos in focus. They look like sewing machines. Those are beautiful! Holy cow! Look at those photos! Holy moly! Green herring, this is exquisite. They kind of remind me of like an American woodcock. Snipes must be related to woodcocks, huh? What they're like, hey, I see you, I'm doing a dance, kind of a thing. Wow. Wilson's snipes? Very, very cool, green herring. What an awesome, awesome photograph there. Truly exquisite. Makes me happy. Yeah. Very cool. And Laertrops is southern black-backed gull. Oh, gulls have a special place in my heart. They're really underappreciated as watchable birds. Laris dominicanus / Cacoro. Interesting. We don't have these gulls where I lived. I don't think. A black-backed gull. Very, very neat. There we go. Very cool, Laertrop. Very, very cool. And a turkey at Rock Springs, mayor of space. To this mayor of space, I must say, well, that doesn't look very scary. More like a, 6-foot turkey. Scary indeed, mayor of space. Good stuff. I like this a lot. Meleagris gallopavo. The American turkey. Fear his might. Very cool, Mayor Space. Very cool. And is that our final one? I think it is. Holy cow. Yeah. Excellent. We got through that in record time. Brilliant. Why did the dinosaur cross the road? Origin TT, the road hadn't been built yet, Origin. Or in order to find food or carry out various other life processes. That's why most creatures cross roads, Origin TT. Yeah. And Green Herring says the U.S. has great and lesser black-backed gulls, but not southern. Okay. Dominicanus, that species name would imply to me that maybe they're from Hispaniola, the Caribbean. Might I be wrong about that? Green Herring, what do you think? I will show you my Thursday Birdsday bird, and I hope you can help me identify it, chat. I've got a hunch. But, yeah, dinosaurs are kind of funny. Samuel Fosu, thank you for the follow, Samuel. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Here we go. Here is my... I have several... Well, yeah. Here. My Thursday Birdsday bird. I apologize. My phone... The camera lens is all scratched up. Here are more buffle heads. We've already done them, but this is my Thursday Birdsday bird, and this is some kind of grebe right here. I think it might be a lesser grebe or an eared grebe. A grebe, says Green Herring. Yes, indeed. Is it an eared grebe? Eared grebes might have a more elaborate head. I don't know. We'll... Here. Eared grebe. No, well, could it be that? I don't think so. What is this grebe here? A dang old grebe. It is true, Mayor Space, yes. Western grebe, Pacific grebe. Is a Pacific grebe a thing? Like, as a name? Maybe a... Apparently not. Yeah. That's a shame. Wait, I'm sorry, what? Nuclear fuel carrier, Pacific grebe. It's not that. It's definitely not that. This is a nuclear fuel carrying ship called the Pacific grebe. Well, very, very cool. That's not the bird that I saw. It looked like this. Yeah. Western grebe +1. Thank you, Runelore. Let's take a look. Western grebe. Western grebe. I don't know. I don't know. This bird is... Could it be? Yellow beak, red eye. You've got a patch of black that runs ventral to the eye and then down the back of the neck like that. That could be a Western grebe. Yeah. That very well could be it. I think it probably is. Or it might be a Clark's grebe. Yeah. Huh. Well, let's take a look at a Clark's grebe. Clark's grebe. These guys seem to have more white on the neck than I have on my bird. I don't know. And they've got more of a... You know, they're... Well, no, not always. Yeah. That's a tricky one. It's some kind of grebe. I don't know who it is, though. Western is right, says Neverwinter. Okay. On Clark's, the black doesn't go as far over the eye, says Green Herring. Okay, okay. Yeah. I don't know West Coast birds very well. I wish I knew them better, Neverwinter, even though I do live here. You know? Could see it being the Clarks too, Runelore. I was unable to get a tissue sample, or we could sequence it, perhaps. I was unable to get a skin of this bird. I wouldn't want to do that. They deserve to be free and to do their thing. So, Western grebe right here. Western grebe compared to my bird. It's looking like a Western grebe to me. Versus Clark's grebe. Clark's grebe looks like it's got more white on the neck. Yeah, okay. And look, with the Clark's grebe, So here's our smoking gun. All right, you ready? Shoot. Yeah, with a Clark's grebe, look, the eye is right there in the white. With my bird, the black goes down below the eye. See? Yeah, so this is a Western grebe. Yeah! Western grebe. That's you. A Western grebe. Very nice. Yeah, and layer T. We already did Bufflehead previous week. I got those already. But yeah. Congratulations, chat. Very, very nice. You got that done. But next.
There is reason.
Well, shoot. I actually... a little embarrassed, but I gotta go use the restroom again. The little paleontologist room. Here's, a video of some birds harassing mammals, you know? And then we'll get into Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. So, let's do that.
Reason to believe that crows may be among the most intelligent animals on Earth. At least their
I'll be right back.
is not inferior to dolphins or the most intelligent dog breeds, such as the Border Collie. They can count to 5. Use tools, such as sticks, to pick insects out of rotten stumps. Create complex tools, for example, increase the length of the same stick in order to get a piece that is too far away. The skills of crows impressed scientists, since it was previously believed that only humans and great apes were capable of inventing multi-part tools. And these birds are able to establish causal relationships no worse than 7-year-old children. Also in the course of research, zoologists found out that crows have an excellent memory for faces and they are able to get angry at specific people. In this issue, we have prepared the funniest moments with these birds. Corvidae, or crows, is a widespread family of birds. It includes such species as black and gray crows, rook, jackdaw, jay, common raven, common and blue magpie, and cuckoo. The entire corvid family is distinguished by superior intelligence compared to other birds. No matter how strange it may sound, but scientists from the UK have come to the conclusion that crows in some nuances are more prudent than 4-year-old children. They conducted such an experiment. The children were offered to eat 1 marshmallow, or wait a bit and get 2 already. Many did not even listen to the terms of the problem and ate marshmallows right away. And the part that nevertheless agreed to wait showed better results in their studies in the future than their peers. With ravens, they decided to conduct the same experiment. They were offered food, but when they ate it, they brought in a box with a lot of goodies. When the experiment was repeated, the birds no longer took the food offered to them. They were waiting for the box. It turns out that the crows passed this test better than the children tested in front of them. Now let's see how these birds adapt to life in urban environments. It's hard to find funnier birds. One of the features of the corvids, they can do something not at the
Oh, yeah.
but as people for the sake of pleasure. For example, winter is not a reason to sit sad and ruffled around doing nothing like pigeons or sparrows do. Crows can have a great time riding from rooftops to various objects.
Oh, that's so cool.
Or riding on car windows.
Such cool critters. They really are. Oh. Anyway, we're gonna watch this whole thing. Right now, as promised, you know, on, oh boy. Right here. I believe the title of our stream is something along the lines of, Dinosaur News, Prehistoric Planet, Viewer Q&A, Friday, Birdsday. We did all of that. But Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is next. So coming up is our... I can't call it weekly. It's been a good while. But here is a Friday review game. Quiz game. Quizzing you on some of the topics that we've covered over the past, month here on Paleontologizing. Going to see how much you've been paying attention or how much you might already know about paleontology. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into that. You ready? Here comes... Well, shoot. Let me, let's change our stream info here. There we go. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is our category now. Let's begin. Welcome, welcome, everyone, to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? I hope you are ready to try and earn, or win, $1 million by answering correctly these 15 questions that I've come up with for you. And holy cow, Phoenix 90, thank you for the gift subs there. Really, really appreciate that, Phoenix 90. Thank you, thank you. That is extraordinary. Welcome, Phoenix 90. I hope you're doing well. 5 people are now singing your praises thanks to your generous 5 gift subs, and I appreciate you too more than I can say. So welcome, welcome. Yes, $1 million, Saggy Iguana. So, here's the way that this works. I will show you a question on the screen. I will read it out to you. You will think about it using your brain. Then, looking at the 4 available answers, you will type your answer into the chat. I'm going to be kind of taking the temperature of chat here. This is a collective endeavor. We are all in this together. At least you are all, chat. I'm your host. You know, I'm asking the questions. But you've got to rely on each other. Rely on your collective intelligence, your experience, what you've learned watching Paleontologizing over the past month or so. And, work together to try and come up with the correct answer, but each of you will individually type out the letter of your answer in each question. And then I'll see what's the most common letter in the chat, and we'll go from there. So yeah. Does that make sense? All right. Our first question is... for $100. That's a lot of money. Your first question is, apart from birds, who are dinosaurs' closest living relatives? Of course, we all know that birds themselves are living dinosaurs. But apart from that, who are their closest living relatives? Is the answer A, turtles, B, Komodo dragons, C, crocodiles, or D, tuataras? Ooh, what do you think, chat?
Extinction is no shame, no sign of disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments,
Holy cow, Pat Medler.
catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
C.
Pat Medler says C. Interesting. So does Walt R. Buck. There you go. Layer T, Jody Fish, Rune Lore, Green Herring. And holy cow. Extraordinary Phoenix 90.
Phoenix 90 FR is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Phoenix 90. We're now only 5 subs away from our goal for the day. We'll see if we can get there. Thank you, Phoenix. Really appreciate your support. That means the world to me. It really does. Thank you, Phoenix, for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Yeah. So there we go. The answers are A, turtles, B, Komodo dragons, C, crocodiles, or D, tuataras. And it seems like there is a strong pull toward answer C here for crocodiles. So, let's go ahead and select that. Chat seems pretty well set on this answer. Is this our final answer, however? I'm gonna say yes. And of course you're correct. Very nice, chat. Yes, crocodiles, of course, are the closest living relatives to dinosaurs, except for birds, who are living dinosaurs. You know, shoot, if we want to go back to our, our tree of life right here. Let's go to Archosauria. This tree of life only really shows living creatures. It doesn't really emphasize extinct creatures at all. And birds and crocodilians make up Archosauria. Dinosaurs, of course, are in between there. Birds are living dinosaurs, but the closest living relatives of dinosaurs, except for birds, are, of course, crocodilians, for whom we have... There we go. Crocodilians, 23 living species of these remarkable animals. So there you go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy indeed, Gion Me. Very nicely done. $100 in your pocket, chat. That is one of the easiest questions you will get, but you cleared that with flying colors. Are you ready for the next one? I think you are. Let's go ahead and do it. Next question for $200. Begin. Ooh. So for $200, Maiasaura is the official state fossil of which U.S. state? Is the answer A, Wyoming? B, Montana? C, South Dakota? Or D, denial? State of denial? I don't know about that one. Yeah. E, all of the above, DNH. No, not quite. The Nile is a river, not a state, says Mayor Space. Well, don't pick that one then, Mayor Space. Yeah. Not only did we talk about this a few times, we had an entire live stream about it. If you're quick, you could go find my YouTube page. And, yeah. Anyway, Maiasaura is the official state fossil of which U.S. state? Is it A, Wyoming, B, Montana, C, South Dakota, or D, denial? We did a whole live stream about this last week, I think, on the anniversary of Maiasaura becoming the official state fossil of this state. I am seeing a lot of B's here in chat. Amelia Bedelia says B. Kirsten says B. MS Coggins says B. Gimpleg says B. Mayor Space says B. Skizzy says Montana, which is B. You're gonna bandwagon B, Walt R. Buck? Well, it'd be a shame to founder on the rocks this early, but chat seems pretty confident about this. Let's go ahead and answer B, Montana. Is this our final answer?
Hold on to your butts.
Let's say yes. And of course you're correct. Very nice, chat. Yes, indeed. $200 in your pocket now. Very, very nice. Maiasaur is indeed the state fossil of Montana. Yeah. And shoot, there we go. There's the YouTube video that I did. And here's me in circa 2011 with a Maiasaura model in the great state of Montana. Anyway, it's Maiasaura. Very nice. Congratulations, chat. You got that. Yeah. So, with that said, let's go ahead and continue. Are you ready for our next question for $300? I know you are. Let's get to it. Ooh. Getting a little bit trickier now. For $300. Lungfish are most closely related to... Be careful about this one. What are lungfish most closely related to? Is the answer A, sturgeon, B, leopard sharks, C, mudskippers, or D, humans? Ooh. What do you think, chat? Lungfish. It's been a while since we've talked about these critters, but I don't know, one of my very favorite non-tetrapod fishes. Hello, Inachu. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. I'm seeing a lot of D's in chat. Lungfish being most closely related to humans out of that whole list. Interesting, but the rest of those are all fishes. Very interesting. What kind of a point am I trying to make here? Huh. And Tarquin says, I mean, technically humans are fish too. I mean, all tetrapod creatures are, Tarquin, but... Yeah. Yeah. Well. I'm seeing a lot of D's in chat. Chat wants the D. So let's go ahead and answer D for humans. Is this our final answer?
Hold on to your butts.
I'm gonna say yes. And you are correct, chat. Very, very nice. Yes, indeed. Believe it or not, lungfish. Out of all three of these other fishes, or technically out of all four of these fishes, lungfish are most closely related to humans out of all of this. Because lungfish are very close to the base of Tetrapoda. I will show you what I mean. Let's take a look. Here again is our tree of life that we were just looking at. And let's go to lungfish. Dipnoi. So lungfish are very, very near to the base of what we call tetrapods. Tetrapods are amphibians and reptiles and birds and mammals, including us primates, like this lemur right here. Lemur would be a prosimian, but anyway, you get the idea. Lungfishes and tetrapods are the next clade up. Dipnotetrapodomorpha. Lungfishes, such as the Australian lungfish, personally my favorite lungfish, Neoceratodus. The South American lungfish, right there. Kenyan lungfish, slender lungfish, marbled or West African lungfish. They are more closely related to these animals with limbs than they are to other fishes. So let's, for instance, look for mud skippers. Or a mud skipper. There you go. And they are going to be way over there. Holy cow, we've got to go drill way down to get to lungfish or to get to mud skippers over here from lungfish. They are a fairly derived group of fishes way down here. Holy cow, that's a long trip to get to the mud skipper. So there you go. Johnme says, thank you, Walking with Monsters. There you go, Johnme. Yes, indeed. So yeah. Yeah. And Walt R. Buck says, we do have keratinized epithelium. We probably are fish that live out of water. I mean, it's strictly speaking true, yeah. Yeah, all land-living creatures, what we call tetrapods. Land-living vertebrate creatures, I should say. Tetrapods way over here. That's amphibians, reptiles, mammals, birds. Strictly speaking, birds are a kind of reptile, because birds evolved from dinosaurs who were a kind of reptile. Anyway, but tetrapods right here. There you go, all those critters. Lungfish are their sister group. Lungfish are right there. Tetrapods evolved from a kind of lungfish, basically. So lungfish are much more closely related to us as humans than they are to, like, mud skippers or leopard sharks or salmon or whatever the other bogus answers I put in there. So there you go. Very nice, chat. Very, very nice. Isn't that cool, Bette Midler? Yeah. Very, very neat. Yeah. So anyway, you've got money to win, chat. You just got $300 for answering that correctly. Let's go ahead and do our next one. And our next question is, for $500, which group of marine reptiles evolved from lizards? That's a lot of money, Team Matrix. Holy cow. It's a lot of money. Which group of marine reptiles evolved from lizards? Is the answer A, plesiosaurs, B, mosasaurs, C, penguins, which if birds are dinosaurs and dinosaurs are reptiles, then strictly speaking penguins would be marine reptiles, or is it D, sea turtles? I'm seeing a lot of bees here in chat. I am seeing a lot of bees. Yes, indeed. Just like Nicolas Cage. Very excited about the bees. Yes, the bees. Let's see if that's the right answer. Well, I'm not going to belabor this any further. Is mosasaurs our final answer B? I'm going to say yes. And what do you know it? No suspense there. You are correct about that, chat. It is indeed mosasaurs, are marine reptiles that evolved from lizards. Now, I talk about this kind of a lot. I happen to get a lot of new chatters in here who ask me, like, oh, Danny, what's your favorite water dinosaur? And I generally interpret this as they're referring to these critters. Mesozoic marine reptiles. You know, your ichthyosaurs, your plesiosaurs, your marine crocodiles, or your mosasaurs. And mosasaurs, or marine lizards. Anyway, none of these creatures are dinosaurs. There's not a single dinosaur on the screen right now. No dinosaurs right there. These are all Mesozoic marine reptiles. Plesiosaurs are sort of semi-distantly related to lizards. Ichthyosaurs, who knows where the heck they belong. Placodonts, I don't even know. Yeah. But these guys, mosasaurs, are marine lizards. Related to varanid lizards, like, for instance, the Komodo dragon. Yeah. Mosasaurs. Here's a neat little video.
During the Cretaceous period, mosasaurs were among the ocean's most fearsome and successful predators.
Yeah.
Mosasaurs were marine reptiles that are thought to be closely related to snakes and monitor lizards.
Yeah, so being closely related to
Dinosaurs, but we bit off more than we could chew.
Jack's Facts.
Raiders should have taken a smaller bite.
Jack's Facts, thank you so much for your raid and welcome to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to have you here. Jack's Facts, we're talking about some extant animals and their relationship to extinct animals right now, Jack's Facts. So welcome, welcome. If anybody's here for the first time, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny. I work on dinosaurs. We're doing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire right now, which is why I happen to be dressed like a white-collar criminal. So yeah. Yeah. And, what did corgis ever do to you? They were cute and they barked at me. What did corgis ever do to you? And I salute them for it. Anyway. Yeah. I love all the cool skeletons in the background. Well, thank you, thank you. Yeah. I work on dinosaur fossils. Here are some of my 3D printed dinosaur fossil specimens. 3D printed. The real ones, you know,
That belongs in a museum.
So yeah, we don't have the real ones here, obviously. I'm not in a museum right now. But yeah. Anyway. And Pepper Steinson, in this economy? Yes, please, yeah. Who doesn't want to be a millionaire? Buddhists, maybe?
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And good for them.
But I step away from computer to do various tasks. Did you install the nozzle on the printer and did that fix the problem?
Not yet, Travel, but I will do that tomorrow, I think, or maybe Sunday. And I'm confident it will solve the problem. But thank you, Travel. Really appreciate that. Travel the World sent me... Where did I put that? Hang on. Travel the World sent me a new nozzle for the 3D printer. And I will be installing this next weekend. Tomorrow or the day after. And I think that should probably solve our printing problem. Because, yeah. You could just tell with the, you know, the strands that come out of the extruder, they're all wonky looking. My old extruder got worn out. I used it so much in printing the, our whole baby Triceratops skeleton right here. Yeah, but Travel sent me this new nozzle, and I can't wait to install it. It's going to be really good, Travel, so thank you. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And, anyway, Jack's Facts, how was your stream? What were you talking about? Let me scroll up a little bit and see if you talked about that already. Let's see. Jack's Facts. Let's get another... Mayor Space, can you give me another shout-out for Jack's Facts real quick? I'd appreciate that. Jack's Facts and Raiders, what did you talk about today? I'd love to hear about it. Now, Jack's Facts is always talking about animals and their interrelationships, their functional morphology, all that good stuff. We are talking about neither of these creatures. We're talking about mosasaurs here. Let's get into that. Here we go. Suspenseful music.
During the Cretaceous period, mosasaurs were among the ocean's most fearsome and successful predators.
Yeah, mosasaurs. They're lizards.
Mosasaurs were marine reptiles that are thought to be closely related to snakes and monitor lizards.
And both snakes and monitor lizards are squamates. Snakes are a kind of lizard. They're part of group Squamata, which I'll show you on our Tree of Life. Let's jump from lungfishes and tetrapods to squamates. Kabow, lizards and snakes. Right there. Yeah. Lizards and snakes are squamata. So snakes are a kind of lizard, you know? Snakes are modified legless lizards. And they are... There we go. Yeah. And you get the idea. Yeah.
They were highly adaptable, and many different species evolved and came to dominate ocean habitats worldwide. Some even took to freshwater rivers to hunt. Many prowled the open ocean, devouring fish, sharks, plesiosaurs, sea turtles, seabirds, and sometimes even smaller mosasaurs.
Yeah, and probably whatever else they would want to eat, you know? And Pepper Steinson says we were going through an Attenborough documentary from the late 70s. Was it... Which one was it? I'd love to know. Attenborough did so much wonderful things in the 70s. There was Life of Mammals, and Life of Birds, and Life of Reptiles. And it's kind of funny, because birds are actually a kind of reptile. Anyway, we're talking all about this today. We're talking about evolutionary history. And, yeah. Anyway, mosasaurs.
Mosasaur size varied greatly. Two of the largest mosasaurs were Mosasaurus and Tylosaurus, each stretched 30 to 50 feet, longer than a T-Rex. Meanwhile, many smaller mosasaurs were no larger than a dolphin.
Anyway.
Species, no matter how large.
And this is a really lousy animation. They did not swim like this. They didn't swim with a vertical undulation. They're not mammals. They're not whales. They're not going roo, 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 roo. They're derived from lizards, so they would swim from side to side like this. Speaking of Attenborough, actually, let's pull this up from Prehistoric Planet here. A mosasaur here. Very cool critters. That's Mosasaurus hoffmanni.
But this pycnodonts fish has little to fear.
Look at the double row of teeth in there. Those palatine teeth.
Deadliest predator.
Teeth on the roof of the mouth.
He's come to be cleaned.
Yeah, very, very cool. Anyway, we're getting too far afield here. Let's get back to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, or Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist, whatever you want to call it. There we go. Chat, you got question number 4 correct. Which group of marine reptiles evolved from lizards? It is mosasaurs. Ding, ding, ding. You got that correct, and so nicely done. Let's move on to question numero 5. Are you ready for it? Claro que sí. Of course you are. Question number 5 for $1,000. What makes dinosaur posture different from that of living reptiles? Is the answer A? Dinosaurs' knees bend the other way. B. Dinosaurs' back legs were always longer than their front legs. C. Dinosaurs held their legs straight while modern reptiles sprawl. Or D. Nothing. Well. What do you think, chat? I'm seeing some C's. Including Mayor Space's C right there. Yeah. But you like the idea of B? Is that always true, though, Gimblek? I wonder. Brachiosaurus. Like the Earth says D. Interesting. Huh. Pepper Cut says C. Scout says all of the above. Or E, none of the below. Bipedal madness, says Hike the Earth. Well, C is gaining some traction here. Dinosaurs hold their legs straight while modern reptiles sprawl. That seems to be getting a lot of attention here. C maybe, says Amelia Bedelia. Amelia Bedelia being very cautious here. Huh. Interesting. Lol, yes, says Amelia Bedelia. Well, that's what we need for this. For $1,000, let's go ahead and answer with C here. This is our final answer.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's say yes. And you are correct, chat. Very nice. Indeed. Unlike modern reptiles being, of course, well, if you wanted to be real, you know, well, actually, about this, you would say, well, actually, birds are living reptiles, and they hold their limbs directly underneath their bodies, so, yeah. Anyway, but birds are descended from dinosaurs. So, they're encompassed within dinosaurs here. Anyway, modern reptiles tend to have sprawled limbs. They stick their arms and legs out to the side. Okay, I search crocodile posture. This is what I get. Crocodile gait, maybe? No. Oh, boy. Crocodile limbs. Third tries the charm. You can see how their arms and legs are held out to the sides like this. They're kind of walking along like that. They go out to the sides of the body. You know? Yeah. Yeah. Dinosaur posture. There we go. This is what I'm looking for. Ding, ding, ding. Yes. So dinosaurs held their limbs directly underneath their bodies. The next time you're looking at a picture of a dinosaur, take note of this. Dinosaurs held their limbs directly under their bodies just like you do. When you're walking around, your legs, well, hopefully, chat, your legs aren't going out to the sides like this as you're walking. Hopefully your legs are directly underneath your hips as you're walking around. Just like dinosaurs. Modern reptiles have their limbs sprawled out to the sides like that in a sprawling stance. So yeah. Nothing more variant says modern lizards are waddlers, which is why watching lizards run is so funny. There you go. Yeah. And only cowboys walk like that. Yeah, because usually they've got a horse in between their legs. You know, being on horseback all the time. So, there you go. MS Coggins, yes, indeed. Yeah. Or if you're bow-legged, you know? Yeah. So anyway. And we recently saw some of the early depictions of dinosaurs which incorrectly showed a sprawling gait. Yeah, Runelord, those are kind of funny, actually. There's an old, it seems that the Germans and some reconstructions of dinosaurs back in the 19th century, which were very badly wrong. And I will show you an example of that. You know, so here's an old-fashioned reconstruction of some sauropod dinosaurs. Right here. Diplodocids, here's Apatosaurus and Diplodocus, and these are very old-fashioned. See how they're dragging their tails on the ground? We don't know they didn't do that. But at least their limbs are straight up and down. But yeah, we go back to this, and holy cow. So, dinosaur posture left. This restoration of Diplodocus is based on the work of Hay and Tournier, two German paleontologists from the early 1900s or late 1800s, who believed it had a sprawling posture. As we see, this is totally unrealistic. No punches pulled there, just bow. Get wrecked. Incorrect ideas. In fact, dinosaurs were able to walk with fully erect limbs. So yeah, the thing is, if you actually had, you know, if these animals sprawled, they need to find big troughs to slide their bellies through like that. They did not walk like that. Dinosaurs walked with fully upright limbs, just like horses or rhinoceros or humans or birds who evolved from dinosaurs. So there you go, you know? Were they missing the femur at the time? No, they just misinterpreted it, Gimplag. They were... Sometimes people are just wrong about stuff. And they absolutely were. Holy cow, is it embarrassing. Really, really bad. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. So nicely done, chat. Nicely done indeed. Dinosaurs held or hold, I guess hold, because, yeah. Birds themselves are modern dinosaurs. They also have the same posture. Are you ready for the next question? I know you are. Let's get to it. Getting a little bit more tricky now. We were talking about Komodo dragons in a previous stream a couple weeks ago. Here's a call back to that. What is the only country home to wild Komodo dragons? And ohayo gozaimasu. Arigato ohayo gozaimasu for the follow. And welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to the channel. How are you? I'm glad you're here. Thank you for following. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. Cambodia isn't in here yet, not a country, Mayorspace. Which is the only country home to wild Komodo dragons? Is the answer A, Australia? B, Papua New Guinea? C, Malaysia? Or D, Indonesia? What do you think, chat? Victoria says D for dragons. It's a questionable method, but we'll see, Victorious. Seen a lot of D's in chat, in fact. Koplo says D for Doug. D for duh. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. They live on Indonesian islands, says Botleak. Hike the Earth says I added E for education purposes. There you go. Yeah. Well, chat seems pretty insistent on D for Indonesia. So you know what? Let's go ahead and answer that. Is this our final answer? D for Indonesia. Of course it's correct. Very nicely done, chat. Yeah. Indonesia is where Komodo dragons are from. I believe there are between 3 and 5 islands in the entire world, small islands, where these critters still reside. Yeah. Incredible, incredible animals. And, yeah, I'm trying to find you a decent video here. Komodo dragons, Indonesia. Trying to find you a short, pithy video. And, filters. Under 4 minutes. Let's try that. It's a little tricky. A little tricky. This is from ABC News Australia. Let's take a look at this.
With its forked tongue out, this Komodo dragon is on the prowl, hoping to find a mate in this zoo in Surabaya and willing to put it all on the line for love.
Oh, look at them wrestle.
Breeding program, hoping to keep the world's largest lizard from extinction.
Very cool.
We hope the adult ones and those big enough can be released into the wild on Komodo Island.
Very
Hopefully
cool.
then there will also be more incentives to make the environment there better and more comfortable for the Komodo dragons.
These giant lizards are only found on the remote island of Komodo and several neighbouring islands in eastern Indonesia. But
in Indonesia, there you go.
Seen the species move from vulnerable to endangered. And in the next 45 years, due to climate change, lizard habitats are expected to reduce by 30%.
I hope this breeding initiative becomes a success and that it can be used as a government program and breeding system that can be developed in all the conservation agencies in Indonesia.
Since the program's launch, the zoo now has 108 adults, 35 young and 40 eggs being incubated. But conditions have to be optimal.
Firstly, the temperature and humidity. Then secondly, it's the occurrence of the mating and whether there's a strong bond between the keeper and the animals under his care. Last but not least, it's also the tenacity of the keeper.
But he says it's worth it.
I hope that there is attention so that this endangered animal won't become extinct. If not, our children and grandchildren will not know what a Komodo dragon is, and they can only know through pictures. I hope we can breed them well and correctly.
A real dragon
Godspeed.
under real threat. Talia Olatia, ABC News.
Very, very cool. Yeah. Komodo dragons. Indonesia is the only country in the world where you can see them. Indonesia itself is an accumulation of thousands of different islands. I had a roommate back when I lived in Montana. One of my roommates was from Indonesia. He was from Jakarta on the main island. But, yeah, anyway. You got it totally right, chat, and congratulations to you. $2,000 in your pocket now. Let's see if we can double that for $4,000. Are you ready? Let's do it. Ooh. Question number 7 for $4,000. We're about halfway through now. This is a tricky one. Consider this carefully. What was the third group of animals to evolve powered flight? Was the answer A, pterosaurs, B, birds, C, insects, or D, bats? There might be E, the Wright brothers. Orville Redenbacher and his brother Wilbur Redenbacher. Yes, chronologically, Gimpleg. Yes, not out. Of course, chronologically. What was the third group of animals to evolve powered flight? Pterosaurs, birds, insects, or bats? We know that flight has only evolved 4 times. Powered flight, over 3.5 billion years of evolution of life on Earth. Powered flight has only ever evolved naturally in living organisms 4 times. Which was the third group of animals to evolve powered flight? Let's see, I'm seeing a D. I'm seeing a lot of B's. I'm seeing another D. An A, since it's a reptile, says hike the earth. Interesting. Birds before bats, says Bette Midler. Yeah. A before E, except after C. Birds before bats, except unless you're going in reverse. There you go, Bette Midler. Yeah. Yeah. Not the bees, says Gianmi. Bees are insects, Gianmi. I'm seeing a lot of bees here. Bees for birds. And birds didn't get it. Excuse me. Jody Fish says bats. Bats didn't get involved until the Cenozoic. Ooh. Interesting point, Jody Fish. Pfizer says, hey, Danny. Hey, Pfizer. How you doing? I think it's B, birds. Ooh. Gimpleg says birds were about 120 million years before bats. Something like that. Yeah, Gimpleg's right. Forget I said that. Oop. Lips are sealed. Not trying to give hints here. Runelore says insects got on the flight train real early. I'm seeing a lot of bees here. People want to say birds are the third group of animals to evolve powered flight. You know, I honestly should have put B, dinosaurs. These birds are dinosaurs. But anyway, let's go ahead and select B. Is this our final answer? B. Birds were the third group of organisms to evolve powered flight? Oh boy, $4,000 is a lot of money. Do you feel the nerves right now, chat? Holy cow. This is our final answer.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's do it. You got it, chat. Very nice. Yes, indeed. Birds were the third group of animals to evolve powered flight. I wonder who in chat can actually name them in order. What are the 4 groups of animals to evolve powered flight in order? Can you name them? Let's wait here. C-A-B-D. C-A-B-D. Oh, you got it, Runelore and Realman Grubbies. Yeah. Jody Fish. Totally got it too. Insects, pterosaurs, birds, then bats. Yes, indeed. It's actually really interesting. Flight in 3.5 billion years of evolution of life here on Earth. 3.5 billion years in the history of life on Earth. Flight has only ever evolved 4 times. It makes it a really, really special thing. You know? Yeah. Pretty extraordinary, you know? So here, let's take a look at this. Hang on, we'll probably just watch a few minutes of this, but from something called Real Science? I bet you this talks about it. Let's take a look.
This episode is brought to you by CuriosityStream.
Yeah.
Life above the surface would have been inconceivable and impossible for all of Earth's early creatures. That is, until 440 million years ago, when the first creatures stepped onto land.
They weren't scorpion
Soon,
fish, though.
life on
Or
terrestrial
tetrapods.
Earth
Yeah, there you go.
exploded, with all manner of plants and animals colonizing the globe. But even with all this expansion, for a long time, Earth still had a final frontier, a place where no creature had ever gone: the sky.
The
It's a
sky.
place that seems so
Yes, the sky. The final frontier. These are the voyages of tetrapod creatures, and also arthropods, insects, who made it there first.
improbable
Anyway.
for life to ever
Yeah.
exist. How can small
And Naderfiend says, couldn't it be more? Is the fossil record extensive enough to know for certain? It kind of is, Naderfiend. Yeah. Here's the thing: is that creatures that took to the skies, be they insects or pterosaurs or birds or bats, we have fossils of all four of those groups, and airborne animals that evolve powered flight tend to be very wispy. They're difficult to fossilize, but we still have really, really excellent fossil records for all four of those groups. If there were, achieving flight like that is a huge boon to you as a group, and so you're more likely to diversify into a whole host of different species, and the odds that some group unknown to us evolved flight and then didn't get preserved is just about nil. Flight is that's such a huge cheat code. It's like, holy cow, if you can do that, you are set. And there will be hundreds of species for you, and you will expand out across the globe, and you will definitely be fossilized somewhere, It happened for insects. Holy cow, did it happen for insects. It happened for pterosaurs. Yes, indeed. It happened for birds, and it happened for bats. Bats are maybe the most diverse group of modern mammals. It's either bats or rodents. They're kind of both, in competition there, I think. I'm not a mammal guy, so I don't know who's actually in the lead. But bats and rodents are, they're competing for that number one spot of the most number of mammal species. So anyway, yeah, if any group did evolve flight, we would know about it. So, and it makes sense because flight seems to be such a difficult thing to evolve that, yeah. Anyway.
small and random genetic mutations allow an animal to go from completely land-based to soaring in the skies.
Yeah.
And yet, if you look out your window today, you'll see many different creatures that have taken to the skies to avoid predators or exploit new sources of prey.
Yep.
And the more closely you look at birds, bats, and bugs, the less similar their flight
And pterosaurs. Pterosaurs aren't around anymore, but they used to be. They used to rule the skies.
might seem. Compare the wings of a dragonfly versus those of a macaw and those of a flying fox. The differences are immediately obvious. One has scaled wings on its back, another has feathers, and the third has webbing stretched between thin, bony fingers.
Yep.
Even more mind-boggling is the fact that the ancient ancestors of all three organisms were wingless.
Yep.
And given how divergent they are on the evolutionary tree, we can see that wings evolved separately 3 times.
4 times? Wait, what are they talking about? They better correct this right here. The wings evolved separately 4 different times, all from wingless ancestors. It's convergent evolution, baby. This is how this sort of thing works, But where are our pterosaurs? They better correct this here.
What's more, this particular adaptation even
And here
happened a 4th time. In the
Sorry, I stopped too soon. Of course they're going to discuss this. It didn't happen a 4th time. This is actually the 2nd time. Pterosaurs are only the 2nd time that powered flight evolved in living things. Pterosaurs were before birds or before bats.
now extinct pterosaurs.
Yeah.
The story of these different evolutionary paths has fascinated and befuddled scientists for decades. How do such different organisms go from land to sky?
Yeah.
It's a question whose answers are still unfolding. And it all starts nearly 400 million years ago, in the Devonian period.
Very, very cool. I'll give you a link to this video. You can bookmark that or open it up in another tab if you'd like to watch it when this stream is over. But take a look at that. Very, very cool stuff. Really, really neat. But with that being said, chat, you are on the precipice of earning $8,000 here with question 8. I like that. That's a nice confluence there. Question 8 is for $8,000. That's the only one for which that's true. Question 7, $4,000. Question 9, $16,000. Question 8, $8,000. Let's see if you can get that. And, are you ready for the next question? I know you are. Let's do it. For $8,000, question 8. We're halfway through now. This might be a repeat question that I borrowed from... I didn't have a lot of time to rewrite all these questions, so this might be a repeat from a previous Who Wants to Be a Millionaire stream, but here we go. In biology, what do we call the similarity of structures in related organisms? Is it A, homology, B, convergent evolution, C, homoplasy, or D, God was getting lazy? What do you think, chat? This is in related organisms. Again, related organisms, meaning they share, excuse me, they share a common ancestor. Hiccups. Let me drink some water. Let me hold my breath and drink some water.
Ontogeny.
Okay, I think I probably solved that problem. There we go. So, in biology, what do we call the similarity of structures in related organisms? Is it A, homology, B, convergent evolution, C, homoplasy, or D, God was getting lazy? What do you think? Ooh, I'm seeing some B's. I'm seeing a lot of A's. I bum, I tell you, says nothing more variant. Well, I'm seeing a lot more A's. You know what? It seems like chat is pretty well set on A right here. Homology. Ike the Earth says A. Cliff Alistair McLean says A. Gianmi says A. We are going to go with A right here, but is this our final answer? You know, I love it how in the, you know, the Millionaire game show, they managed to squeeze out that other little bit. Just.
If dinosaurs had not died, I imagine that mammals.
Is that your final answer?
Small creatures like this living in the nooks and crannies of their world, and we wouldn't be here.
Thank you, Les de Marfil 9130. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Is this our final answer? Chat seems pretty set on A. And thank you, SV Harkin, for exercising restraint. I appreciate that. Is this our final answer? It is, and of course you got it correct. Very nicely done. $8,000 in your pocket now, chat. Very, very nice. Homology is the term that we use there. So homology refers to. Among living creatures, homologous structures are the ones that were inherited from a common ancestor, and even if they have different functions, like for instance here, this is a wonderful example. Holy cow. Yeah. There we go. Humorous. This is a human, a cat, a whale, and a bat. They use their limbs in very different ways. Bats use their wings for flying. Whales use their flippers for steering through the water as they swim, propelling themselves with their tails. Cats use their limbs for walking and for catch and prey. Humans use their limbs for typing into Twitch chat. And yet, we all derive from a common ancestor. We've got the same bones in our arms like that. Humerus, radius, ulna, carpals, metacarpals, and phalanges. It's the same among all these creatures because we share a common ancestor. This is something that, that Victorian scientists very early on, like Richard Owen, actually started to figure out. Take a look at this right here.
More than 150 years ago, scientists were finding connections between the hands and limbs of four-legged animals.
Yeah.
Richard Owen was an anatomist in the 19th century. He was fortunate to be an anatomist in an age of discovery.
Yeah.
And so people were coming back to London with new and oddball creatures for him to analyze. And in analyzing all the different creatures, he found common patterns.
Yep. Homology.
Although the overall shape and structure of each limb was very different, he started to see that there was an underlying theme. It was as if the same set of bones was being squashed or extended to perform different functions.
The same bones.
Here's a dog. Dogs, run and jump. What do you have? One bone, two bones, little bones, and then the digits, the equivalents of the fingers or toes.
Yep.
And, of course, here's a bird. Its limb has been modified into a wing, and it has one bone, two bones,
radius, ulna,
lots of bones,
carpals,
and digits,
metacarpals, and phalanges.
The amazing fact is, in each of these creatures, the skeletal architecture is largely the same as ours.
Yeah.
And what was utterly surprising is that the skeleton of every animal walking the earth today has this fundamental pattern of one bone, two bones, little bones, fingers.
Why, though?
Owen didn't know why creatures had that pattern. It was a mystery to him. It really took a new insight, an insight from Charles Darwin.
Old Chucky D.
He said, the reason why animals have this common pattern is because at some time in the distant past, they all shared a common ancestor that had a version of this pattern too.
Yep.
According to Darwin, we should be able to trace the evolution of our limbs and hands by going back in time down our family tree.
Derp, hang on. Creatrix Brit.
Creatrix_Brit and their 15 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Brit, thank you so much for your raid and welcome to Paleontologizing. Brit, thank you. How was your stream, first of all? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome. It is great to have you. Yeah. Excellent stuff. If anybody's here for the very first time, raiding in with Creatrix Brit, let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And,
because we study fossils, especially dinosaurs, we capture the imagination of children, and that makes vertebrate paleontology a gateway for all science.
Tokagita and their 28 children are walking through that gateway right now.
Tokagitar, bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. Y, Gracias por el raid.
70 feet long.
Oslintel, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Great to have you here. Holy cow.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Welcome, welcome, everybody. It is great to have you here. Buttercup E says your Spanish is amazing every time. I'm good at faking it, Buttercup E. My Spanish no es tan bueno, lo siento. And, Impedrosa B says, somos de España. Bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. Lo siento, soy de la área bahía de San Francisco, en California. Bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. Pero soy un paleontólogo. Estudio los dinosaurios, los fósiles de los dinosaurios. Excavó los fósiles de los dinosaurios all across the American West. Travel the world, thank you for that gift sub.
No expense.
Sistema Octal, thank you for following. Welcome, welcome. We are, holy cow, we're playing an extra special game of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on this broadcast right now, and chat is doing very, very well. Already earned themselves $8,000. So Creatrix Brit and Toca Guitar, thank you for your raids. Can we get one more shout out, please, from the moderators for Creatrix Brit y Toca Guitar? But you know what? I think this might be a wonderful opportunity for a little welcome video to introduce some new folks to the channel. We've got new people here, and they might be wondering, well, shoot, Danny, why are you dressed like a white-collar criminal? Well, that's because we're playing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire right now. But normally I'm not dressed like this. Normally, well, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to introduce you to a good friend of mine, somebody we call...
There are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Holy moly.
3 of them are leading this expedition.
Miggity Marty. Thank you, Miggity Marty, for those 5 gift subs. That is extraordinary. You have gotten us... Look. 51 out of 50 gift subs. We have now exceeded our sub goal for the day. Thanks to you, Miggity Marty. Thank you for that. Holy cow. I appreciate that more than you know. Holy cow. Miggity, thank you very, very much. There are 5 people who are now very grateful to you for the chance to watch this stream without any ad interruptions for the next 30 days. They get to use those emotes as well, like these, and these, and these, and these, and these. Holy moly. But anyway, I appreciate you. Miggity Marty, extraordinary. We've got a bunch of cool new folks here. I want to introduce them to this channel with the help of our friend. Our friend over here previously recorded, Danny. He's going to show you a little bit about who I am, what my background is, why in the world a paleontologist is here on Twitch in the first place. He's going to talk to you about that. So without further ado, let's go ahead and bring him on for a quick welcome video. He is raring to go. Previously recorded, Danny. Go ahead and take it away. Well, thanks, Present Day, Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
movies. And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives, to help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sailed on his herd a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Creatrix Brit and to Toka Guitar for your wonderful raids. I really appreciate that. I thank you both so much for bringing your communities here. Really extraordinary. Welcome to Paleontologizing, and let me know if you've got any questions about dinosaurs, about natural history, about extinction, evolution, all that good stuff. Holy cow. But right now, we are in the midst of a review game. We are playing some Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Again, this is why I happen to be dressed like a white-collar criminal right now. We are entrenched in a heated game of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Chat has managed to get up to level question 8, $8,000. Answered it correctly. We're reviewing some of the things that we've learned over the past month or so. And, chat, I think you're ready for the next question. You know? Just past the halfway mark. Are you ready for our next question? Yes, you are indeed. Let's do it. Question 9 for $16,000. This might be a repeat question here, but it's been quite a while, so it feels fresh enough. Anyway, for $16,000, question 9. Which is the best way to get access to a scientific paper that's locked behind a paywall? Is the answer A, pay the journal $39.99 for one-day access to that single PDF? Is it B, wish on a star? Is it C, follow the journal on TikTok? Or is it D, email the authors? What do you think, chat? If there's a scientific paper that you're really interested in reading, whether just out of curiosity or because it happens to be relevant to your own research that you're working on, how do you gain access to it if it's behind a paywall? What do you think, chat? I'm seeing a lot of D's there in chat. Yeah. Answer E, Mission Impossible style break-in, says Nerf Termer. Break into steal a portable document format file. Anyway, and Trappy, I would be inclined to agree with you, Trappy, yeah. It was more liberation in that case, but yeah. And Victorious says, just because we're about to win $1 million doesn't mean we can afford these journal subscriptions. There you go, Victorious, there you go. Yeah. The files are in the computer, Sam S. Scoggins. Yes, indeed. M. Scoggins, yeah. Well, chat seems to be pretty set on this loony answer here. Why would you ever email the authors? But you know what? I'm just here to do what chat says. Is this our final answer? Email the authors. That can't possibly be correct. But of course it is. Yes, indeed. Yep. If you ever have a scientific paper that you read about in a press release, in a news article or something, and you would really love to actually read the actual scientific paper. How do you do that? Well, go and see if you can find the paper. You can usually find the email addresses for the authors. Send them an email. So here's a little secret from one scientist to the general public. Are you ready? All right. Here, come a little bit closer. Don't be shy. Come here. Here. You can email the authors, and they will be overjoyed to share their research with you. Send you a PDF, even if it's in a paywalled journal that you would otherwise have to pay upwards of $40, $50, $60 more dollars for. Email the authors, they'll send you a copy of their research. Because they're not getting paid that money. Holy cow, are we not getting paid that money? That goes straight into the pockets of whoever runs that journal. I publish a scientific paper in a for-profit journal. I usually have to pay to do that. I'm not getting any of that money that they're getting from that. But you know what? I'm going to have a copy of that PDF, and I will be overjoyed to send it to you. So yeah. Anyway. Absolutely correct, chat. Very, very nice. $16,000 in your pocket. And you don't have to spend that money on scientific papers. You can just email the authors now that you've got that knowledge too. So there you go. Yeah. And occasionally paleontologists share links on Twitter too. That's true, RuneLore. Although it's difficult. Yeah. I don't. If it's a for-profit journal, a closed access journal, paywalled, oftentimes the links will be paywalled too. But anyway, use my tip. Email the authors. Yeah. And RuneLore says the 3 times I've emailed paleontologists, I got amazing responses back. They do respond. They will be overjoyed that you're excited about their work, and they'll hook you up. Yeah. So yeah. There we go. Now, with that being said, are you ready now, chat, for question 10? $32,000. Let's do it. Question number 10. 32 grand. Which of the following was not one of the original 3 dinosaurs to be named? We were talking about this on a recent stream. There were 3 original dinosaurs described by Richard Owen. When he was establishing Dinosauria as a group, there were 3 dinosaurs that he included within this group. Which of these is not among them? Is it A, Iguanodon, B, Hylaeosaurus, C, Megalosaurus, or D, Scelidosaurus? What do you think, chat? What do you think? I'm seeing some D's in chat. If I have half of a Dimetrodon, does it make it a Nicoletrodon? No, Eugen. It means it's a partial specimen. How you doing, Eugen? Yeah. Let's follow the flow. D, says Impedrosabi. Well, D for Scelidosaurus. You know what? Chat seems pretty insistent upon this. So let's answer D. Is that our final answer? I don't know, $32,000 is a lot of money.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's say yes. And of course you're correct. Very nice. Yes, indeed. The original 3 dinosaurs described by Sir Richard Owen. When old Ricky O was coining the word dinosauria, he saw 3 particular fossil animals that he thought were really special, and he said, I call this group Dinosauria. That was Megalosaurus, Iguanodon, and Hylaeosaurus. And you know what? He got that right back then. It's kind of amazing. With such limited fossil material, he saw how special dinosaurs were compared to other fossil critters. And even with very fragmentary remains of these 3 animals, he was able to figure out that they belonged to their own group. Dinosauria. So yeah. Yeah. And just to demonstrate this to you, because, you know, trust but verify. Yeah. Yeah. Rip. Yep. Owen recognized the remains that had been found so far. Iguanodon, Megalosaurus, and Hylaeosaurus shared a number of distinctive features, and so decided to present those 3 as a distinct taxonomic group. Iguanodon, Megalosaurus, Hylaeosaurus. So yes, indeed, chat, you got that right. Scelidosaurus was a different kind of dinosaur entirely, not part of that group. So nicely done. Now, are you ready for $64,000? Are you ready to go for this? I think you are. Let's do it. Question number 11. 64K. You ready? Here's our question. Which 2 bones make up the frill of ceratopsian dinosaurs? These are the horned dinosaurs. Triceratops, famously, is one of these. Lenina, how are you doing? Didn't expect to see you here, Lenina. How's your business trip going? Which 2 bones make up the frill of ceratopsian dinosaurs? Is it A, the frontal and postorbital? Is it B, the squamosal and the parietal? Is it C, the postorbital and the occipital? Or is it D, the jugal and the epijugal? What do you think, chat? We're getting this high up in terms of dollar amount and question number. You better believe these are going to get a little bit trickier. Let's see. Buttercup E says D. But Machi says B. Real Men says B. Lenina says B. Jody Fish says B. Victoria says B. Tommy Ploticus says B. Creatrix Brit says A. Rodan says B. It seems like B is our predominant answer here. The most common. Wow. Impedrosa says A. Interesting. It does seem like B is our most prevalent answer. Predominant in the chat. So you don't know Buttercup E? Okay, fair. Tricky. Which 2 bones make up the frill of ceratopsian dinosaurs? It seems like chat is gravitating toward B, the squamosal and parietal bones. I think we're going to go ahead and go with that. But Is that our final answer? B for back of the head. Maybe that's all we really needed to hear there, Murph. $64,000 is a lot of money. But you know what? We gotta go for broke here. And you got it, chat! This is true. There you go. In ceratopsian dinosaurs. In ceratopsians. These horned and frilled dinosaurs, man, that's not a good, those are lousy. There's a decent ceratopsian there. Look at this beautiful triceratops. The frill on the back of the head, like that, is made of paired bones. So the frill of ceratopsians, that's the part in orange up there. Yes, indeed. There it is on Zuniceratops, when we talked about last week. Diabloceratops, right there. It is made of 2 primary bones. And I'm trying to find you a decent diagram that will explain this in a way that's not confusing. Yeah, this will kind of work. Anyway. It's still a little bit confusing, but anyway. The squamosal bone, right there. That's these on the side. Squamosal on either side. And then you've got the parietals there in the middle. They are fused. There's actually 2 parietal bones, but they're fused in the middle. This doesn't really show that. But it's the squamosals and the parietals. Fen stands for fenestra. That's the window in the middle. So there you go, chat. Very nicely done. You passed that with flying colors. And you've now got $64,000 in your pockets. Beautiful. Well done. Well done indeed. That'll buy a lot of glue, because as we all know, glue is cheap, Rodan. Yeah. So, super well played, chat. There you go, Empedrosa. Yeah, yeah. 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 I guess you have prepared this game adapted for paleontology, isn't it, Buttercup? Yes, absolutely, yeah. I wrote all these questions myself. We're not actually playing the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire game. Here, shoot. This is a website that teachers use, and I've gussied it up, you know, to make it look really nice right here. But we're not actually playing a game right now. This is on a web page. superteachertools.us. superteachertools.us. There you go. Yeah. Anyway. I know we're in the millionaire category right now, but this... Anyway. But nicely done, chat. Nicely done. Are you ready for our next question here? I think you are. Let's do it for $125,000. Oh boy. $1/8 here, 125K. 125,000 smackerinos. That's some big money there. I don't know why we have a big gap. It's because it's... Anyway. Blah. Here's our question. In bird behavior, what does the word anting refer to? Is it A, being the first of your flock to take off? B, eating ants? C, letting ants crawl all over your feathers or rubbing ants on you? Or D, bringing food to the bird queen? What is anting? And no, you cannot ask Ant Streams for help unless he's here. What do you think, chat? There you go, Tommy Platycus. Beautiful emote. Tommy Platycus. Ding, ding, ding. I love that beautiful, virtuosic use of that emote there, Tommy Platycus. What do you think, chat? Birds, when they do something called anting, what is that? Is it being the first of their flock to take off? Eating ants? Letting ants crawl all over their feathers and then rubbing ants on them? Or bringing food to the bird queen? What is anting? Retro Roadshow says, I suddenly feel an urge to bring food to the bird queen. Yes, the bird queen. Well, Green Herring, and Bette Midler, and Runelore, and MS Coggins, Machi, I'll say C. Miggity Marty says lol, D for sure. Anytime you see lol, that's a lot like a kappa emote, you know, there, chat, so beware. You've performed accidental anting before, Runelore. You've accidentally brought ants to the bird queen or whatever? It does seem like chat is gravitating towards C, which sounds ridiculous. That can't possibly be true. What are you thinking, chat? Is that your final answer? Jody Fish and Murph? It can't possibly be. But it is, of course. Very nice. Now, this is a pretty extraordinary claim here. Like, what? Anting. Birds. Letting ants crawl all over them or rubbing ants on them? That's... Poppycock. Hogwash. Flimflam. That can't possibly be true, right? Well, we got some videos here. Here is a theropod dinosaur, which we refer to as a, to use the technical term, bird. It's a Eurasian something. Eurasian jay, maybe? I don't know. And look at that writhing mass of ants beneath it. This bird is going to let those ants crawl all over it. Look at the ants on the bird. In high temperatures and high humidity, birds have a lot of parasites in their bodies. Ah. Interesting. So they come back to the ant colonies. Don't try this at home, says Murph. Yeah, there you go. That action is anting. There you go. Yeah. Can I demonstrate this in the field someday? I don't know, Hike the Earth. I don't know if I'd want to demonstrate anting. But, yeah. Here's a bird anting on an ant hill. Looks like a crow here. There you go. Yeah. That was weird. The sound, but yeah. Free spa says Hike the Earth. There you go. I think we have a video about this. Let me switch to a different tab. If you're watching on YouTube, apologies, you probably won't be able to hear this. Different audio source here. Yeah. Ooh. Very cool. So here is another example of dinosaur intelligence here. Super, super cool. And who typed formic acid into the chat? Because you were right. Look at those squirts. Very cool. Hmm. Yeah. Huh. That's so cool. Holy moly. Pretty neat, right? Yeah. Hmm. Or for bird feathers to help protect them from parasites. That's really, really cool. I mean, holy moly. Here's a crow doing some anting right here.
Remarkable animals that have ever existed. And certainly one of the most famous is a dinosaur.
Thank you, Buttercup E.
Pay for this knowledge.
Thank you for the 3 months of support, Buttercup E. I really appreciate that. Isn't that neat? So here's a crow doing some anting. Letting ants run all over its body. Look at all the little ants right there. Zipping around. Yeah. Very, very cool. And he's like, okay, ant, don't get crazy. I will flick you off if you get annoying. But he's like, yeah, you can crawl on me a little bit. Very, very cool. That's called anting. I wonder how often they do this. I don't know, Amelia Bedelia. That's a really good question. Yeah. And, flying... Oh, very cool, Buttercuppy. You've got a dinosaur at home. A budgie is a living dinosaur. All birds are living dinosaurs, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, chat. You now have a chance at $250,000. There's now just 3 questions that stand between you and 1 million clams. Holy cow, can you do it? I think you probably can. Let's see. Our next question. Question 13. For $250,000. That's $250,000. Your question is as follows. Charles Darwin spent years intensively studying which group of crustaceans? Is it A, lobsters, B, barnacles, C, fiddler crabs, or D, woodlice? The keyword is crustaceans, people, says Xander Jiggles. He came to hate them, says Bat Medler. We'll see. Looking through chat, I see sea monkeys. Does that mean C, you wrote down? I see some B's. What else are you going to do on a boat but B, says Murph. Xander Driggle says D. Is it lobsters, barnacles, fiddler crabs, or woodlice? A, B, C, or D? What do you think, chat? Sea cucumbers are not crustaceans like the Earth. They are echinoderms? What are sea cucumbers? I think they're echinoderms. But yeah, I think they have that radial symmetry going on. And Buttercup E says, I live just 30 minutes driving from Darwin's home. From Down House? Really? In the UK? Very cool, Buttercup E. In the heart of England? Down House. In Kent? Buttercup E, that's so cool. Wow, good for you. That's awesome. Wow. I'm seeing a lot of B's in chat. Chat, are you sure it's B? Barnacles. Are barnacles crustaceans? Again, we're talking about $250,000 here. That's $250,000. Barnacles. It'd be a real shame to lose $250,000 to barnacles. You know? What do you think, chat? What do you think? Crustaceans. We do have B as our most prevalent answer so far. Jody Fish says lobsters are not crustaceans. Are you sure about that, Jody Fish? Yeah. And Mech Matt says, does the money get divided among everyone in chat or just those who answered? Yes, Mech Matt. Both. Both. Hike the Earth says D, woodlice. So just... Nope, no, hang on. No, not a final... Didn't mean to click that. All 4 of these critters are crustaceans. There's no trick here. These are all crustaceans. Anyway, it seems like B is our most prevalent answer so far. Let's see. Well, let me scroll up. You know what? This is a tricky one. We've got a number of different answers here. Maybe we need to do a poll real quick. Yeah. Manage poll. There we go. A, B, C, or D. Duration 2 minutes. Start poll. Is it A, B, C, or D? Go ahead and do the poll there. You're sure of B, says Buttercup. Jody Fish says B. Ooh, Tough says hike the Earth for $250,000. Maybe it shouldn't be easy. I don't know. B Barnacles says surf Afghanistan. Interesting. That Mother says Danny's making me think it's not barnacles now, or am I just being difficult because $250,000 is more money than I've seen in my entire life. And you're not seeing the poll? Jody Fish? That's weird. Anyway, it should be there. Darwin sailed on the Beagle, which also starts with B, but Beagle is a dog, which starts with D. But dogs are mammals, which starts with M, Pontius Pirate. And mammals are amniotes, which starts with A. And the poll needs to be expanded top of chat. Yeah, there you go. So far, we've got 81% of chat is saying it's the letter B. And we are... Holy cow. All that time on the Beagle, plenty of barnacles on that hull, but how many beagles, Rodan? I don't know if they had a single beagle on that vessel. That, what was it? 8-gun sloop or whatever that... Yeah, anyway. Kapow, there you go. B has won out. And so B, it shall be. Is this our final answer? I know Beagle was the ship, Rodan. You don't have to tell me that. The HMS Beagle. Royal Navy ship.
Hold on to your butts.
Oh boy. It's a lot of money there. B for barnacles. Holy cow, chat. You got it. 250,000 smackerinos. Holy moly. And here is a little video to help talk about that. We did just talk about this sometime since our last Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. But, yeah. In case you missed that, there's a little video for you.
LexleyCalendars.com. This is a barnacle. Chances are you've seen one before. They're found in virtually all marine environments, stubbornly attached to any surfaces they can find, from
including
rocks
whales.
and boats to whales and turtles.
Yep.
They may not look like much, but beneath that shell lies an evolutionary mystery, one that's stumped the biggest names in natural history for over 100 years.
Holy
Some
cow.
of the most influential biologists of their day grappled with the challenge of working out what they actually are.
What
and
are
where they
barnacles?
fit in the tree of life, only to
Yeah.
be proved totally wrong. Others were almost broken by the attempt, including Charles Darwin, who embarked
Old
on
Chucky
a
D.
year-long personal side quest to figure them out. By
8
6,
years.
he wrote to a friend,
8 years old Chucky D grappled with barnacles, wrestled with these critters, trying to find out, what are you? What are you? But he finally got it.
and I hate a barnacle as no man ever did before. In the end, though, the mystery of the barnacle would help him figure out part of the mystery of life.
Yeah.
What's the deal with barnacles? How did they resist classification by some of the biggest names in natural history? And why did they make Darwin so mad?
Well, to figure that out, you should watch this video, which I will now link to you in the chat. Feel free to bookmark that, watch that after the stream, whatever you would like to do. But holy cow. You are now only 2 questions away from the $1 million prize and winning the game. You've done phenomenally well so far, chat, but will these next 2 questions trip you up? Well, there's only one way to find out. Are you ready for the next question? I say you are. Let's go ahead and get into it. Question 14 for $500,000. $500,000. The question is, This is a tricky one. Once thought to be related to anteaters, further study has shown that pangolins are actually closer to... Oh boy. Is the answer A, aardvarks, B, bats, C, cats, or D, dugongs? And interestingly enough, each of those answers correspond to their letter. Ooh, pangolins. Pangolins, of course. We did a whole live stream on them for World Pangolin Day, which was last Friday, maybe? What do you think, chat? Holy moly, this is a difficult one. This could be the end. Are they most closely related to aardvarks, bats, cats, or dugongs? Holy cow. Murph says, I think they are in the cat family. Like hyenas, C, but I vote 50-50. So that's not quite true. Pangolins are in their own family. Pangolins are not in the same family as any of these creatures. They're in their own family called Manidae. But which group of creatures are they closest to out of the four that you see here? What do you think, chat? Oh boy. Is it aardvarks, bats, cats, or dugongs? Oh boy. Rothgar says C, and I'd bet my hammer on it. That, holy cow, Rothgar. That's something to pay attention to, chat. Rothgar very sure that it's C, cats. Hike the Earth says, I'm going to say C since my cats act like pangolins. Wagering a hammer, high roller, says Surf Afghanistan. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Pfizer says C. Rodan says time for a lifeline. You know, I think we might... I'm not going to allow any lifelines here. We're too close to the end. There's only one question left. You know? You're wagering a bottle cap on C. Is that an expensive bottle cap, Pfizer? Machi says C. Wheelbase says D for Manatee. Oh, Manidae is the family name for pangolins. Manatees belong to a different group of creatures. They're not called Manatee. Wheelbase. So yeah. You're wagering your surfboard, Surf Afghanistan. Wait, what? For which answer? Or you're just wagering it in general, Surf Afghanistan? I'm seeing a lot of C's in chat. Holy cow. Cats! You think a pangolin might be most closely related to cats? Although Neil says A and SV Harkin says A for aardvarks. Interesting idea there. Aardvarks also eat insects. But are they actually related? Could this be a case of weird convergent evolution here? Like we talked about earlier. Tea Time Cat says D for dugongs. Aquatic manatee-like animals, dugongs. A is the weirdest one, says Buttercup. I don't know. Bats are pretty weird. And I've met some pretty weird cats. Also, dugongs are weird, and so are aardvarks. They're all weird. Mammals are weird. You know, mammals are weird animals. They are. Travel says it is D. Interesting. You will bet 27p on B? Tommy Ploticus says 50-50. You know what? I think it's about time that we run a poll here. A, B, C, or D. Start poll. There we go. Is it aardvarks, bats, cats, or dugongs? What do you think, chat? What do you think? C and D are neck and neck here. A also in the running now. Tricky, tricky. C is gaining ground. Wow. Batmother says, I don't know. I remember talking about it, but not the answer. I remember being surprised by it. That's why this is such a high value question here. We've got about a minute left. Vying between C and D. Is it dugongs or cats? What do you think, chat? Surf Afghanistan says pangolins are obviously armored cats. Just a few seconds left. Get your answers in now. Is it dugongs or is it cats? C seems to be gaining some traction here. Do pangolins clatter when they walk? Says Surf Afghanistan. You could say they probably do. Yeah. When we ask ChatGPT, you might be too late for that hike the earth. You can. All bets are... it's all fair game. C has won, however. Holy cow. Chat is going to say C for cats. Is this a stroke of genius? Or a fail for the ages? Well, let's see here. Chat said C. Is this our final answer? Are pangolins most closely related to cats? Out of the group of dugongs, bats, aardvarks, and cats? Shoot, let's see.
Hold on to your butts.
Holy cow! You got it, chat. You got it. Holy cow. That was a difficult one, and I am very proud of you. Because yes, indeed. Manidae, pangolins, are most closely related to carnivorous mammals. What does that mean? Well, I could just tell you, oh yeah, cats. You know, they're close to cats, whatever. I don't want to just tell you that. I want to show you. So let's take a look at our tree of life here. Let's go to pangolins. Pholidota. Manidae is the family genus Manus for pangolins. There you go, Pholidota. And Manus temnici, Manus tricuspis, and giant ground pangolin, Manus gigantea. Yep. So here we go, Pholidota. These critters used to be considered closely related to xenarthran mammals, which would include sloths and anteaters. They wouldn't include, actually, aardvarks. Aardvarks are aphrotheres, so that wasn't even all that tricky. But they are most closely related to carnivorans, which includes your hyenas, your dogs, your mongoose, your martens, your bears, your seals, your otters, And of course your cats too. Cat-like carnivorans right there. So yeah. Pangolins, most closely related to cats out of all of those creatures that we just talked about. In fact, I won't just leave it at that. I will show you some other evidence of this. Here we go.
This is the pangolin, an incredible eater of ants, covered head to toe in scales, and the most heavily poached animal in the world.
So we covered these animals extensively for World Pangolin Day last Friday.
And you're watching Animal Logic. Pangolins look like the offspring of an anteater and a pine cone. And until pretty recently, they were placed in the same order as anteaters.
They're such incredible animals.
Research has placed them in their
They're
own
so
family,
cool.
Manidae. Their closest known relatives on the evolutionary branch are now believed to be carnivora. There are 8 different species of pangolin, 4 in Asia and 4 in Africa. Depending on the
Whoa. Hang on. What was that?
closest known relatives on the evolutionary branch are now believed to be carnivora.
Carnivora, which includes cats. So, kabow, there you go. Pangolins. Related to carnivorans, the same thing that you see right here. So, ding, 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 ding. There you go. Very nicely done, chat. Very nicely done. Truly impressed here. Seriously. I wasn't sure you were going to get that, but you did, and now you've got $500,000 in your pocket as a direct result of that. Very nice. Yeah. Really, really cool critters. There goes otter dragons. You could say so, sure. Yeah. But chat, are you ready? Are you ready for the $1 million question? You have to type into chat that you're ready so that I know that you're ready. Because, otherwise... You ready, Feiser? All right. Good. Never been more ready for anything in your life, Rothgar? Well, good, I'm glad. Your $1 million question is coming right up. Ready for the next question? Yes. Question 15. The last and final and last question. For $1 million. That's 1,000 1,000s, everybody. A million's a lot. It's a big number. Especially when we're talking about dollars. The $1 million question is... Which Triceratops species was around when the asteroid struck 66 million years ago? Which of these Triceratops species were alive when the asteroid hit the Earth 66 million years ago? Tea Time Cat says, I'll go with Triceratops. Triceratops is a genus, not a species, Tea Time Cat. Which particular Triceratops species? Is the answer A, Triceratops horridus, B, Triceratops eurycephalus, C, Triceratops hatcheri, or D, Triceratops prorsus? What do you think, chat? $1 million on the line. What do you think? No lifelines here. No help. Just you and 4 Triceratops species. Which was the last one on Earth when the asteroid hit? Scroll up a little bit. Machi says D. Victorious says D. Jody Fish says D. Gianmi says D. Moonrise Rabbit says D. Jody Fish says D. I just got here and say hello and D, says Oscar Jr.'s. Just Crabgrass says D. Rothgar says D. Papier Cut says A. Triceratops horridus. Murph says D for died to asteroid. That can't argue with that, Murph. Or maybe we can. Runelore says D. Buttercup says D. Be very careful about this, chat.
Ontogeny.
And Miss Coggins says I'll go with the flow and say D. Patrick Pirate says A for fun. Patrick Pirate going against the grain here. This is our final question. You get this one wrong, and it's curtains. No $1 million Enos. But everybody seems to be pretty set on D here. So I think we can't do any lifelines, Tea Time Cat. It's the final question. You can't do lifelines on the final question. I think we're gonna go with D for Triceratops prorsus. You better hope, everybody, that this is the right one. It would be such a shame to get to the 15th question, $1 million, and then pooch it right there at the precipice, at the very last. Hike the Earth says, it's a shame I can't call Museum of the Rockies for the answer. Yeah, it's already 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Nobody would pick up Hike the Earth. Well. If you want D, chat, let's do D. But is this our final answer? D for Triceratops prorsus. Triceratops prorsus being the last species of the genus Triceratops. Still around when the asteroid hit 66 million years ago.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's say yes. Holy cow! Chat, congratulations. You've won the $1 million. Holy cow. Yes, indeed, Triceratops prorsus is the last Triceratops species that we have. Yeah. Here we go. Here's a paper in the journal PNAS. Hang on a minute. Holy cow, Murph 20 gift subs. Murph.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
God bless us, everyone, Murph. Holy cow. Murph bless us, everyone, with all of those gift subs. That is extraordinary. I hardly even know what to say, Murph. That is amazing. Thank you, thank you. that incredible support, Murph. Look, 72 out of 50 subs. Huzzah indeed, Engineered. Incredible. Beautiful. Thank you, Murph. There are now 20 people who, for the next 30 days, won't have to watch any ads, thanks to you, Murph. Plus, they'll get all those emotes. Emotes. Thanks to your generosity, Murph. That is extraordinary, and I appreciate that more than you know. Happy Friday to you too, Travel, and to Murph. I was just going to show you this paper. Here, I'll give you a link to this from the journal PNAS, the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, PNAS, PNAS for short. And, yep, Triceratops horridus is here at the bottom of the Hell Creek Formation. Here's one from the middle that we don't have named yet, actually, from the middle Hell Creek. Triceratops prorsus here at the top. You can read that paper if you want proof. But there you go. Chat, you got it. $1 million. Congratulations to you. You've been paying attention collectively, chat, and that makes me extraordinarily happy. I'm not just talking into a void here. You're learning something, and it makes me proud. I'm proud of you, chat. Good job. Good job, chat. Now, with that being said, it is now after 7 p.m. here in California. On a Friday night, it is now time for me to wrap up this broadcast. Run our credits. We will now go raid into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch. And, yeah. Well, would you know it? There is Science Streams right there. We're gonna go say hello to Balint.
Spiders to...
Doing some science there, so don't go away, everybody. We'll see what science news he has to share with us on our Friday night here. Everybody, thank you for a wonderful stream and a wonderful week. We really... Holy cow, Murph. You helped us end on a bang there. 20 gift subs. Extraordinary. I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you, Murph. Thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in the chat. Whether you followed, whether you rated, whether you subscribed or cheered or moderated, all of you help make this stream what it is, and you make it possible for me to do what I do here on Twitch 5 days a week. It really is extraordinary, and I am incredibly lucky to be able to do this. And I am deeply, deeply grateful. So thank you, chat. Holy cow. I'll be back on Monday with some more science outreach, paleontological content. Don't you miss it. I'm going to work on some science tomorrow. Going to be working on my Spinosaur manuscript, like, all day tomorrow. So we'll see what kind of a dent I can put in that. Everybody, until next time, I'll see you around. Let's go check out science streams. Take care, everybody. See you Monday.
They're all kind of categorized in the same species of leaf and tree hopper. And I know one study actually tried to answer that. Readers! Professor Danny Anduzo